Dudes, what is going on? Today, we have a Mercedes. It's a Mercedes C300. We are going to be doing a little more. We're going to make it reasonably dark. 35 on the windshield, 20 on all the rear. So we are doing the whole banana. Yay, errors. But it doesn't look like it's anything with YouTube, so I therefore do not care. Uh-oh. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see here. No, should work. Okay. We'll just chill for half a second. No, it's broken. It's all broken. Let's try one more time. T-Town, Tint Light, Matt, IB Tinting, Gilbert, Pablo, Mark, how y'all doing? It's all broken. It actually is broken. Enabled. So that should work. The real question is why it be broken. Voice chat. So, because I touched my audio. Oh, maybe this should be different. Maybe this should go to. Maybe this should go to the chat. Where's the chat? Come on. Oh, it's at the top. Because I'm like, what are the odds of that? Still no? Huh. That is very weird. Been trying to post the pic of the ProTech 1% of the Facebook group. It's whack as hell. They're whack as hell. Yeah, because you got to have a Facebook account for at least like 3 months. So be patient. There's nothing I can do about that. It's an automatic spam filter. Oh, okay, cool. Audio's working again. I'm a genius. I'm not. I just mess up a lot and try and make up for it. So the problem with the group is that 500 plus people are joining every week, and I have no idea how many of those are like spam bots. So it's just a broad filter. You have to have an account that's been at least around for a little while. And, you know, it was like a month, and now it's 3 months. So sit back, read, get a feel for how the group is, and you'll be in soon enough. Winter will come to an end. Tried to tint my back window, course a D, and it kept creasing, had lots of fingers. I was using a heat gun and pushing them down, and they kept coming back. You need more heat. And sounds like you're new. So, I mean, it's just like, there's a few things in the beginning that can be a little challenging to understand. And the big one is like, well, I'm putting heat on it, and it just doesn't seem to be working like it is in the video. A lot of people that are doing this have been working at this for quite some time, and you can get it done. Like, you can get the feel for it pretty quickly, just kind of what you need to do. Don't be scared of it. Put more heat on it, and try and keep it even, and like, don't be afraid to scrap some film. Easy money. Glad to see you're working. Phone not really ringing for my tint business. It's been busy lately. Like, it came up kind of surprisingly, like the beginning of this week. It was kind of nuts. I don't know why I got kicked off of your Window Tint Facebook group. I don't know either. Let's see. Oh, dang. Look at that. Look at that. That is good. Maybe I can find out really quick. Facebook is, I've been using Facebook for quite a long time, and it still confuses me. Because they just, like, bury settings and change them on desktop versus, like, phone. So I got to remember how to, let's see, I think click on members, and then it wants me to, and then see all. Well, that's all statuses blocked. Oh, that helps to have a name like that. Or like type it out, thank you. All statuses. I don't know, it's not even popping up. I literally copied and pasted it, and then all statuses, pages. Yeah, I don't know, it's not popping up right now. That's kind of goofy. Then I have to like go through the dates and then see, and it won't let me search names that way. See, it's like super frustrating. I'm not sure offhand. Good morning. So a lot of times if a post seems like spam or something, like we have mods too, so mods will maybe block somebody, but I don't know. It's just a broad statement. I don't do it all. I wasted a bunch of tint first starting out, but that was the idea, to learn. Absolutely. First week of the month was great. Nothing since. That's no fun. Well, a lot of my slowness was like a couple of weeks ago, really. I took a vacation too. We took one at the beginning of the year. We have a private Facebook community, but there's like 5 people right now. Is a 24-inch roll tall enough for the back window of an Accord? I don't think so. Probably have to get at least a 30, which means you need 36. Ever used Geo's blackout? No. I've just used their window films. Nothing architectural, though. I'm just trying to catch up while I was doing that. So we're going to get started here. I'm just going to chill for a sec, though. Ugh. Coffee. I have a little bit of time on this one. Nothing crazy, but you know, when I can sit down and actually, like, because I come in first thing in the morning and it's like, turn everything on, set everything up, customer comes in, check them in, set up my spray tank, set up the tools, clean up some stuff, and it's just like, after that, I'm good. I was always happy to not have the first appointment show up at other shops, because then I'm just like, I don't care. I'm tired. I'll just sit here and drink some coffee. Other work's coming in later. All found. Post was removed. Don't think. All I found is one post was removed. Don't think he's off the group. I couldn't even find like a member with that name in the group. So I don't know. Maybe didn't join? I'm not sure. It's all speculation. Can you use blackout on auto? If it's what I think it is, which sounds like blackout architectural, it's literally like should be just blackout. Which means like made for glass window film, architectural films. I'm going to look this up for you. Superior alloy, pro nano, solar bronze. I don't see it on here. I don't know. I have to look in their store or something, but I'm not going that far. You remember saying another roller Apex, was the haze any better? It's still sitting in my car. I've been way less inclined to put new ceramic on my car in the wintertime, just because like there's other things, and testing out like the heat rejection, I guess I can do it on the lamp and stuff, but it's not a priority in the wintertime, so I've had a bunch of other stuff to do. So I'm not sure yet. I mean, so I don't know. You might put it's worth getting a roll and then trying it out yourself and then seeing like how you like it. I kind of notice a lot when it comes to films. So there's certain things that I'm like, there's always like some gray area, something about pretty much every film that I'm not like super stoked about, but it seems to be the case with everybody. There's always like one hang up across the board. It's like that with a lot of like cameras and stuff. There's always something like it almost checks all those boxes. And with Apex, the heat rejection, like it's so cool sitting in there, and then you put up a meter and then it's just like 8 and you're like, what the hell? So super impressive. And that's kind of the results I've seen from like other super ceramics too. It's just the number is stupid low. And you can't hardly feel anything while you're sitting in the car. But that being said, when you use other films and then you use like a super ceramic, from what I can tell, there's just like, it's a little bit more, but you might not ever notice it if it's like, you know, if it's all you've ever gotten. And I keep saying I want to do a comparison between some of them. I would love to see like XR Plus, Apex, and then maybe like, what is it? What would be another staple? Like crystalline or something from Formula One. I think those would be great comparisons, but I have to source them. So I say these things, and then I'm kind of left like trying to do all the hunting down and stuff myself. Maybe I should post in my own Facebook group and actually ask them. I can probably do that, but it's like, you know, it's just another thing that like I think of and then I get distracted, so then nothing happens. But I got a piece of 5% Apex, put it on my whole car, and I love it. Glad to hear it. He's been saying, like, even some of his pickiest clients have been absolutely stoked with Apex. And that's really good to hear. I can totally see why. Here, like, heat rejection, yeah, you want as good of heat rejection as you can possibly get. But this is my little thing here. If I was more down south, like, there's times that equal temperatures down south. Maybe not the peak, but it still gets plenty hot here. We'll have 90 plus degree days here. It gets plenty hot out here. And that's not, you know, you leave your car outside, it's going to get hot anyways. So you get your air conditioning running, it cools down the car, and you drive around with it. It's just super comfortable. But that being said, I found Pro Nano to be super comfortable as well. So for the sake of like pricing on some of this, I still feel like a dyed, a carbon, and a ceramic is still a super strong path, where if I start out with like a 50% heat rejection up here, it's a harder sell going up into like a carbon, a ceramic, and a super ceramic. But that being said, I like the shops that just kind of deal without dyed films entirely. But being a little bit newer, it is one of those things where like there's still a lot of people, they have no idea what I do here. So they see the overall business and they'll take my word for it and see what I have to offer here. but we'll start out with like a 50% or with like the on the heat demo. It's like, wow, yeah, it illustrates the point a lot that window film, just because this window film doesn't block out heat, it's got to have something attached to it, like carbon or ceramic. My son is on the SWAT team in our local police department. I might be getting their SUVs, detective and canine vehicles. They have 5%, I think normally is what they're asking me to black out. Yeah, here, anyways, they'll do like 5% with the little exception of actually having cutouts around all the lights. So I've done quite a few police vehicles here. There's actually where they outfit all the police cars not far from here, and I was working with a shop that had an account there, so I would regularly go out there and tint a handful of cop cars and stuff like that while they're in the building phase, which is pretty cool. And you like it to be kind of in the middle of the building phase, so you have access to like all the glass. They haven't put the cages on the windows or anything like that, but they do have at least the lights in place, so you know where to make those cutouts. And they're not incredibly picky either. You just kind of guesstimate where it should go. And also DNR trucks. Had to do like 40 rear sets of windows, and in like a day. That was kind of fun. But that was a cool operation. So I had somebody basically like, I had a wide garage where you could pull 3 of them in. And it was literally like a guy would pull it in here, and then the middle, and then over on the other side. And I would just like boom, boom, boom. And then as I do one set, he's pulling out the vehicle, and then, you know, just interchanging them out. So there's a lot of like porting there, and then he would go get a few more, line them up, and then we'd swap them all out. And it was just like go, go, go all day. It was like 10 minutes for a set. I wanted to just knock it out in like, like 6 hours or something. I got my car with 20-foot roll, and I'm very new to tinting. I got my car done with a 20-foot roll. Nice. What kind of vehicle? I'm killing time here. Hawaii tint is so strict. Legal is 35. Wish it could be at least 15 or 20. That is not strict. You want to know strict? Even this isn't as bad. But we can do as dark as we want on the rear. Front doors, top 4 inches. So technically nothing on the front and nothing on the windshield. A lot of states are like 70%. So like legal being 35% is really nice. Especially with ceramic. Like I default to on my vehicle for family, like 35% on the front doors and 50 on the windshield is great. All right, we're gonna start. I'm all jazzed up on coffee now. So let's see. Let's see this. Let's take off the hat. So we have some ugly hat hair. Just kind of like see what other people are doing, and then the more you fit into there, the less hassle you'll kind of have. There's always those people that just want to black everything out, but if you kind of stay in that middle ground where it's like tinted, but you're not drawing a ton of attention to yourself, it's pretty much how to like stay okay. I had a cop call me yesterday about 2 front doors on Cherokee. I think I might be doing that on Wednesday. We good? Okay, cool. That should be that. What else do I have to do? Maybe this. Cool. Now I gotta remember everything that I've forgotten to do. Watching match stream over attending my coding class. I appreciate that. But you know, if you paid for a coding class, it's worth not losing out on. Coding is one of those things that my oldest brother does, and it's something I've always been super intrigued on. But every time I would actually have to do something for like a small project, something that I'm trying to figure out, where it's like, oh, I kind of need something a little custom for this, it was it's so boring to me. Like, so interesting and just like, I wish I was good at this, but I'm not going to put in the time for it. I had like a coding class in high school and had to do a handful of things. Like for the whole GoPro setup, there was coding for setting up the RTMP thingy, but it was like a copy paste deal, and then you add a couple of things. So that's about as far as I get. You taught me to make more money than coding will, to be honest. That's pretty cool. I mean, a little surprising, I guess. So like, window tinting definitely can, but I know there's aspects where, like, you know, when you specialize in something with coding, you can make a ton of money there too, right? I think that's like one of the biggest in demand fields is just software engineers. But I think the scary part about it is how much the landscape shifts. So like, you know, like everybody's getting into web design. And then now they have all these template builders. So I guess it just like depends what you get into. So as long as I guess you maybe stay a little flexible with it, I don't know. 2 years left in school, but still will pursue a tinting business over coding. That's really cool. You know, I was like that with aviation mechanics. I actually didn't want to do tinting full time. It was something that I was kind of learning alongside of aviation mechanics. But then the more I went through the program, the less interested I got. Because it's like, it sounds cool, right? Like, oh, you get to work on airplanes. Heck yeah. And then you realize how much paperwork's involved and how much, like, you know, you could be working a third shift out in the cold somewhere. Like, especially here. And that doesn't sound fun. So, but I got so far, and I'm not the type of person to really just like, all right, I'm not going to just kind of like take out the student loan and then just like drop out and then have to pay all that back still. Because they pretty much take a good chunk of the money. It was like a 20-month program. So it wasn't even all that long. But went there, did that, graduated, and then never did anything with it. But having a couple really important skills, I mean, I wouldn't quit either. It's a couple more years. Do that. You always have it as a super cool backup. Here we go. Get some tape. Hopefully this stuff comes out this time. What is the tape for? It's really to help with getting the plastic that I use to stick. And on the side seals, it's a little bit of an extra thing, but it is helpful. So you can tint without taping your seals, and I've done it for years. It's like I don't even think I've been doing this for a full year yet. But the reason why we're doing it now is we have a little bit more time, and wrapping the side seals, there's felt, there's dirt, doesn't matter if they're felt or rubber. There's always something that can fall out of here. So when you at least wrap the majority of it, especially where when you split it in half, oh no, we lost it. That's why I always put it on the side. It's like a brand new seal, completely clean. Would you recommend removing taillights for tinting them when they're deep recessed? I'm not an expert on taillight tinting. I know most shops still leave them in, because trying to wrap some of those parts outside of the car, like they'll be falling over a table and you kind of need to anchor them. But that's about as far as I know with that kind of stuff. All the parts, I mean, I can't think of anything offhand, but as far as like taillights go, everything that you need to wrap should be pretty exposed. They have some that are like tucked back in there, but they might be pretty flat. So that would be not too bad. Okie doke. That should do it. For a long time, this part killed me a little bit on the inside, because when I get a car in here, wow, there's a lot of stuff just kind of scattered. There's like a Louis Vuitton bag there. There's another more expensive bag sitting there. So like when I walked out to the car to pull it in, I was like, I walked right back inside. I'm like, do you want to take like your bag out? I didn't even see the ones that were in there. It's just kind of funny. Oh, the key. Where did we put that? I put a tag on it though, so I won't lose it. But it was just really funny because, like, I mean, most people don't leave, like, their purses sitting in a car when they're getting worked on, at least from what I've seen. This was like, walked out, grabbed something, and like, yeah, everything else was fine. I was like, oh, okay. No worries, just making sure. Especially because they're dropping it off. Didn't want them to leave and, like, leave a wallet or something behind. But that one was kind of funny. I have to, like, I think there's like 3 handbags in here, and shoes, and a hair straightener. I don't even want to know what's in the bag. Yes, they do have their eyes on their stuff. It doesn't seem to care. All right, let's turn this off. I just cranked up the heat and left the doors closed for a little while. Turned on the rear defrosters. It is stupid cold here right now. And I had, like, you know, when I have the time, just like, I'm just gonna leave this on for a little bit. Let this feel like summertime. So this and this. Gonna scrub these down, sweep them off. Dun, 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 dun. Look at that, exactly where I put it. Just dumped on a table. I knew that. Uh, clear crush. I bought the Fusion Shorty with the clear crush, and it works amazing. That's cool. Hang on. Canon. Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? Okay. What year? Okay. Did you want to do the full thing? Add a windshield, or what are you looking to do? Mm-hmm. So the rear doors? Or just the front two and the windshield? Uh-huh. Oh, I gotcha. So they actually are even. It's just going to be the light that's coming through the front two and the windshield. So everything on the rear is going to do 20. So if I make the middle darker, it's going to be darker than the rear. So, right. So what most people are going to be doing on a vehicle like that is either front two with a windshield or the whole thing. Correct. Yeah, you have, it might look a little light, but it's actually 20 on the rear of that vehicle right now. Sure. Yeah, I can definitely match it. So pricing for the front two are going to start at 100. And then for the windshield, it's going to start at 150. So you'd be 250 total. What's that? Hello? Hey, I'm still here. Did you catch the pricing? Oh, okay. I said it'd be $100 for the windshield, and then, or sorry, 150 for the windshield and $100 for the front doors. So it'd be 250 total. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, either 50 or 35 are my most popular options on that. So keeping it lighter, I'll always suggest 50%, and that's what most people end up going with. It gives a light shade on the front, and it kind of enhances like the reflections that you get from the sky. So it kind of feels like there's a little bit more privacy even than what 50 would normally have. It's just the angle of the windshield helps out with it. So it's a great choice. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, as far as like the rear goes, you want that a little darker? Okay. Yeah. Correct. Yep. All the trucks and SUVs that are out on the road, unless they just don't put factory privacy glass on it at all, like all the domestic vehicles are going to be 20% on the rear, and they're not allowed to do anything on the front or the windshield across the country. So, or at least that's like the broad reason why they're going to be clear. because some states allow it and some states only allow like a lighter shade. So they just do what can be sold anywhere across the country. So yeah, we can definitely do 20 to match the rear and then 50% on the windshield. Yeah, yeah. We could do like a 20% or a 35% over the rear and then make everything even darker. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. We can do that. So I do have a spot for Thursday. If you want to bring it in at 11, it'll take probably 2.5 to, like, usually like 2.5 to 3 hours at the latest. Probably not going to take that long. I just like to make sure I have some extra time with it, so it turns out right the first time. Yeah. Okay. I'll mark you down. Can I get a phone number real quick? Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, and a first name? Perfect. So what I'm gonna do is text you a link to our booking page. So we do take a $40 deposit on all appointments, but that goes right towards the balance of the job. It's just to ensure that that somebody comes in on the spot. So it'll also give you, like, our site has a little bit more information on the films and stuff like that. So it's a good thing to check out beforehand anyways. So I'll text you the link to that site, and once I get that, you'll be all set for 11 o'clock on Thursday. Yeah, we have those too. So this is a color stable dyed film. It comes with a lifetime warranty. All the films that we install come with that. We do carry a carbon film and a ceramic film if you're interested. Basically, the higher you go in terms of performance for films is going to be heat rejection. But it's a much easier thing to kind of illustrate in person. So you don't have to make a commitment on any of the films right now. So even shades and stuff you can change at the appointment time. But we do have some premium options available. We have 15 available in the carbon. So that would be, let's see, that would be 200 for the windshield and then 150 for the front doors. So you'd be at 350 for that. But uh-huh. Um, just get a ballpark on that. So the whole, basically the whole SUV without, what do we do on that one? 290, and then we usually do. So the whole SUV without the windshield is going to be 320, and then add an extra 150 for the windshield, so you'd be at 470. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, sounds great. We do have a waiting area if you want to drop it off, or if you wanted to wait too. But yeah, dropping it off is always a good thing too. So I will get that right over to you. And if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. Mm-hmm. No problem. You have a good one. I'll get that right over. Okay. Bye. We got him. We got it, boys. 22 Denali. I think it was a Denali. I don't quite remember. But a 22 SUV, domestic. Got him. So I gotta text this guy really quick. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I always feel like I could do those better too. What is it? What day we're doing? Thursday? We're doing Thursday at 11? Yeah. Thursday at 11 a.m. for the front doors and full windshield. Here is the link to leave a deposit. And then okay, there's this little thing. I have to just put it as like a shortcut. But every time I try and type out a site and I get to the period, it splits the words. But there we go. So what happened there that I really like is I can streamline that part. I keep forgetting. Talk to them, schedule a date and time that they're cool with, and then I basically text out the details. So it's the time and the date, and then book it here. And then if on their end, like, I don't necessarily know I don't know his full name. I forget their numbers. I have the text thing there, but as far as like email and everything else, they just then go and book it through my site, and they set the time and the date because we talked about it already. So really, really straightforward. And then I get a deposit notification, and then so I know somebody is coming in that day. I don't have to like sit back and play a guessing game. I mean, if somebody like decides that they don't want to, and then they don't want to call, that's entirely possible, but it's very few and far between. So I really don't have to hunt people down. I have a good idea of exactly what is coming in, and I also saved time so I can continue working, because like trying to figure out an email and then I gotta go like write them up on the computer and stuff like that, like it's not that long to do, but it is another thing that I have to do. And so when all of a sudden you have 2, 3, 4 people calling, you have another person that needs to handle all of that because there's just too many things to do. But I'm at this weird in-between spot right now that streamlining it that way has been super helpful. So I know who's coming in, I know when they're coming in, and then they did the work for me. In a nice way, right? So he's got the rear already factory tinted. It's very standard. So one of the things too to always keep in mind is like people see their vehicles through no tint eyes, right? So he thought he had the rear doors a different shade than the very back because of, he's probably looking at the outside, seeing that little difference there and going, oh, okay, well, I don't know why they fade it that way, but I want it to match. So then you kind of talk to people through normal options and just like, no, they're the same. And then don't be like, I sometimes accidentally feel like I rush people off the phone, only because like if they're just like, hey, how much for this? But if they're going to ask like a handful of questions, I'm more than happy to sit on the phone with them and figure out exactly what they're looking for, because there's a certain level of professionalism that gets skipped. Like, they don't know, and they're coming to you to spend at least a couple $100. Oh, this is close. This is really, really close. So, little things too, like when they walk in and we're looking at the shades and stuff like that and talking about it. Like, I can't tell you how many shops that I've tinted for where they can't be bothered to, they'll explain things over the counter for like a couple of minutes. And then they don't want to walk outside and show them an example. Like, context matters. So what looks a certain way on your display boards is like, yeah, that's the shade. Now let's look at it on an actual vehicle, and then all of a sudden, sometimes what they had in their head will completely change. So I had this message from a guy. We just scheduled an appointment, I think, for next Saturday. One of the things, I was really proud of this too. He said, came across your channel, and you look like you do good work. And then when I had already, at that point, we had scheduled an appointment, and he's like, I haven't even met you yet, and you're far more professional than any other shops that I've come across. And it's like, oh, that's cool. That goes a long way. I try to be. Like most, or not most, I don't want to say quite that broad, but there are a lot. There's a lot that don't feel like that deserves much time and effort, I guess, because it's like, don't they already know? And it's like, no, they don't. That's why they're asking you questions. Like, how many things do you get done in your life? Like, let's say you want to get a new furnace for your house. You have a broad idea of what you want, but unless you've done HVAC, you have really no idea what possibly might be in the way. And you're spending a lot of money, so you have questions. And with window tint, they're not spending as much money, but they definitely can spend quite a bit of money. And that turns into really powerful referrals. So I've learned a lot about that, especially over this past year. Let me put this on really quick. Where'd my chat go? What do you mount your tint boxes and carpet it on the wall? How do you know when to throw away a microfiber? Have you ever seen what they do with UK chameleon? Yeah, I've seen a lot of posts about chameleon films from the UK. I don't think it's any more legal there than it is here, but I have seen quite a few posts from there. To me, it's still all really dicey. I've seen too many chameleon films fail too quickly, and there isn't any big company, big known popular window film company producing that kind of stuff. They're all doing black films, and that's pretty much it. So that's what makes it especially dicey for me, is well, why aren't any legit known companies in this type of stuff? It's just because it's not as popular, you need too many options, and they just do what makes money. So when somebody secondary does it, might be not as great. But what do you mount your tint boxes to? That is, go to like the hardware stores, and they have these, so it's a beam or a bar that goes up top, and they come in a bunch of different styles and stuff. But go to like the hardware storage section, like closet storage and stuff like that. You mount that at the top. You have these rails that can slide across that bar, and then you have all these brackets back there, or like that, the rail and these brackets hook on there. So it's really, really simple, but looks good, and it's easy to manage. Looks cleaner than a shelf, in my opinion. I needed it for like a low profile option for my home garage, and then we got kicked out. So now it doesn't matter as much. But I basically took everything from there and was trying to create a very similar look. So we're doing a C300. I imagine the same electronics problems on this one. I forgot which one that people were talking about with like the rear computer system. And then sometimes the driver's door. So hopefully we don't have those issues today. Hopefully. Chameleon tint is legal here in the UK as long as 70%. Ah, okay. So that's the same with like some states here. You can have like really light shades on the windshield. But that that one's kind of funny. I guess that makes a little bit more sense because like chameleon film is way more like reflective, so while the shade might be really light, it looks crazier than what it actually is. So you can like fall within that like super gray area where I'd imagine you can get pulled over for it or something and they'll still like look at your vehicle or whatnot, but one of those like super gray areas. It's like, yeah, it's technically legal, so you just might get hassled for it. So for microfibers, I don't know. I hang on to them for way too long, I think. Just whenever it starts getting scuzzy, there's no point in time where you have to get rid of it. It's just like, you know, you have a towel, it's nice and plushy and new, and then it just gets worn out. So when it stops kind of doing its job, then you'll probably want to just replace them. But they should be going pretty strong for quite a while. They tested it at 70%. They got to carry the good meters though, right? They carry split meters in the UK. I know those are more, they're becoming more and more of a thing. Where's mine? So this is my tint meter right here. I can't get this over a windshield. So you need the split one. But if they carry it around, that helps you more than it helps them. I removed them and removed them off within 1 month and got black windshields. It's just more popular. I think the chameleon look is super cool. I would love to do more of it. Makes for pretty thumbnails especially. But the thing is, it just stands out a lot. So it's at this like level for a lot of people here that they just a little more leery. I think the more people that see it being done on other cars, the more people just kind of jump into it. But when you're talking about spending a couple $100s on a windshield, you don't like, people around here are a little leery on all that attention. At least my clients are. So it's not a super popular thing here. And I had a guy call the other day, actually yesterday, and he asked about it. And I told him I don't carry anything specifically, but if he has something, and then I kind of explained why. I just don't want to risk putting something on his car that isn't going to fail within a year. So I just want to be like super sure. But I don't know. I've seen reasons from pretty much every company that I've come across not to do it. I try and sell it to Audis. It's basically factory Audi look. Yeah, you're right. Audi, Mercedes, those especially, it fits right in there. The rear glass on a Mercedes. So when you do it on those types of vehicles, like, it stands out, but not in the same way as doing it on like a Civic. A Civic is gonna be like, VTEC, bro. Where a Mercedes is like, I'm so fancy. Compared to the VTEC, bro. So yeah, if we did like a light chameleon shade on the windshield, it would fit in a lot more with it. But it's just about drawing attention to yourself. The windshield gets noticed, and then they notice the side doors, and then from there they're like, might have to pull you over, bud. What about Avery? Avery is the main company, the color range here in the UK, but you get cheap windows, which is giving them a bad name. Interesting. I always liked their entry. Their Pro... No, sorry. Not Pro Classic. NR Pro. No, there's NR, and then there's NR Pro. I would rather do NR, and I did. I really like the NR. Except for the name. They changed it from like Sigma Pro. Sigma and Sigma Pro to like NR. It's non-reflective now. We're going to put it in a brown box. Like, how boring. Yeah, it saves costs on boxes, I'm sure. Because you don't have to, like, color print them. But, like, give me the cool name. I don't even know what it's like. What does it even mean? It's like a Greek school. All right, sharpen up one of these. I run Expel. Yeah, they're good for sure. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Pro Classic as a name. I think that's pretty weak. But when I talk to them, they always call it the cheap shit. Which it's not. It's just dyed. It is and it's not. Like, I saw this post in my group. Yesterday. It was something along the lines of, I'm currently using like Solar FX and, oh God, I can't remember the names. It was something pretty legit, but there were like two brands there. He's like, I'm thinking for film cost of trying out Lexan. But in all reality, it's like, Okay, look. You can get a roll for $100, and that sounds really appealing. Break it down per car, and then it's not as appealing anymore. The Facebook group link is in the description, but it's called Window Tint Stuff. If you just want a quick way to get there, check out that link. If you don't want to go through a bunch of searching. We're almost at like 40,000 people now, which is just crazy. You make hand cut look so easy. Thank you. Comes from doing it day in and day out for like 14 years. At that point, you hope you make everything look easy. Everything that you do. So is Lexan any good? We're gonna change your name to Lexan. You get what you pay for. You know, and I see this more and more. It's like, because there's like surface. Like, what you see on the surface is like, oh, it lasts, it's got a good color, and blah, 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 blah. So it's like, sometimes what you think you're getting early on is different down the road. And I noticed this more again with like plotters. So getting back into that, you have people talking up budget plotters in like a way that makes me feel like all of a sudden I overspend on like a graph tech. But then you live that world and you really realize like, oh, well, it doesn't have this, it doesn't have that. So same thing with film. It's like when you actually pick it up and start using it for real, that's when you really notice like those hang-ups. Like, oh, the adhesive just doesn't quite grab in the same way. Oh, it shrinks a little funny. Oh, this is a weird quirk. Oh, the company didn't give me my roll. Like, whatever else. So you gotta weigh that against, like, are those things important to you, or are you good without it? And there's technically no wrong answer there. It's kind of just do what works well for your business. But I say that because don't feel like you have to save every nickel and dime on your film, because like price is one part of it. There's so much more to it that all adds up together to ruin my patterns. I guess we can save this for the quarters. But I'm going to have plenty off the back window too. I think this is my blade from yesterday towards the end of the day. Alibaba, 5%. You get what you pay for. At the same time, you get those types of customers too. And there's like two paths early on that you can take. You can go, like, it's a sliding scale though. You can go higher production, lower quality, or just like less time. I don't necessarily just want to say like lower quality in terms of like the final result, but you're cutting corners somewhere. There's no way around it. You have to, because like high quality, low price, fast turnaround. It's like you can have like two, but you can't have all three. So a lot of people will sacrifice quality for high turnaround or high production. Like there's definitely sacrifices somewhere. There's this movie. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was Boiler Room. It's like an older movie, but it was really cool. There was this speech in there, and at near the end, he was basically like, somebody is being sold. Either you are being sold on why they can't do it, or you're selling them on why they can. So when you have to like back off on your pricing and stuff like that, you're getting sold too. So it's got to look at all the aspects of it, because it's honestly like a $20 difference to have something decent. The hybrid squeezy. Yes, I'm a big fan of this one. I think this is the best material for a squeegee that I've come across. I have the Graphtec and I use the Workhorse. The money difference shows. That's, yeah, huge difference there, right? And I think the crossover of people that have actually used both is really, really low. So if they're using a Graphtec and it's working, it's going to get talked up a lot. If they're using a Workhorse and it's working, it gets talked up a lot too. But very few people have actually used both and have like a broader perspective. So I don't know. My video might have come across a little bit negative towards it. I think for the money, it's a great machine and makes things really accessible, but it's definitely not the same caliber of machine. So it's something that you could realistically buy and then down the road upgrade, but you don't even have to do that. Good size. What's the... Sorry, I don't know the question. Opinion. Oh, opinion on quality 40 by 40 inch by 20 or 30 foot rolls. Good size rolls for a few cars or no. Oh, I kind of still don't understand the question. Like, and that's kind of a good... So a big difference between like a Graphtec and a Workhorse is like what level is your shop at? How much do you need that machine? If it's like a light assistant for like a couple of cars a day, maybe 3 cars a day, like it's fine. But if you're a more high production facility, you're gonna want to invest in the tools that make more sense. But at that point, you have like, you know, it's the tool to get the job done. You have more invested in the whole operation and just like streamlining it as much as you can. So that's when you start investing in that equipment. It makes sense. The Jaguars are good. I've had luck with these, and my current Titan 2 isn't as good, but still gets the job done. Yeah, and it's kind of that right in the middle machine too. Good enough. Little better than one of those machines, and but it's probably lacking a little bit. But it's like, you know, in the camera world, they all take video, and it's just like there's little quality improvements with each one, and the higher it goes on some of these, the harder it is to tell. So that goes with everything. So from returns here, you have like Pro Classic, which has no heat rejection, but it's a good looking film, UV, and should last as long as all the other ones. Then you go to C2, which has like a little better color, like while you're sitting in it, I think is where you notice that. They all look black on the outside. And then you jump up to like a 50% heat reduction. That's not as good as ceramic, but all of a sudden we went from 0 to 50%, which feels substantial. Then you go to 75%, which really does, that 25% feels even more substantial, but it doesn't sound as crazy. But when you feel it, there's a bigger difference. But then you go up to Apex, and now you're cutting out that little bit, that little bit extra. So it becomes not quite as compelling from just like a performance perspective. But people still get it. What I wish was the case is that you could use an inexpensive film and people could appreciate it as just an inexpensive job and just like it is what it is. Because like that's what it's there for. It's to save money so you don't charge your customers quite as much. They still can get a decent job. And it is what it is. But what happens for a lot of shops, this is unfortunate, is the cheap customers are like the pickiest customer. And then when you go to like middle of the road, all of a sudden everything kind of just like lightens up. So it's like you kind of at the low level, you're dealing with people that are just squeezing every dollar that they can. It's frustrating for you because you get beat up on price all day. What was I saying? But yeah, it gets frustrating. You don't even necessarily understand it because then you get the impression like if you go more expensive, people will be even more picky, and that's not the case. I think they're waiting for me to use it. Have you still not remembered your new coffee cup? No, I got it over here. So this was a present from Sun Distributing. This I think is super cool. It's a camera lens coffee cup. So big shout out and thank you. This is like modeled after like a $1,500 lens. This is expensive if it were a lens. I'm leaving this at the shop here, so if I have to do a refill, it's gonna go in here. The first stream, I forgot to bring it, but it is here. So once this goes over, and I pour it in, but it's so cold that my coffee's gonna get cold too. Maybe just pour hot water in there first. Not to badmouth Lexin. I started with it and it was decent, but GeoShield is sure a lot better. That means a lot to hear that kind of stuff. Because there were far more questions about it last year. But as people start to kind of like use one and then use the other, I've been hearing far less requests about the differences between the two. And just like, oh, okay, yeah, I've used this, I've used that. I now know why he prefers one over the other. Son, distributing your shipping costs to Cape Verde is too expensive. Well, you gotta move here. That's why it's expensive. They charge what they get charged. So international is just expensive all around. We're not, we're unfortunately not like AliExpress or something, where they can magically just like, oh yeah, it's free. It'll just take a month. It's like, even with small items, like the more you do, the cheaper that gets. But there is like a level. There is a level for it all. Their shipping cost to Alabama? Is that really? That's in Alabama? Oh, dang. It sounded like it was overseas. Dang, Sun Distributing, why's your shipping cost so expensive? All right, give them hell. What's your... What was that? What's your top 5 tint rolls? Oh, that's what that is. I don't know. There's like, I'm usually just focused. I'm just focused on the film that I'm using. Yeah, so I'm just focused on the films really that I'm using. And like, it's kind of like a phone. They get better over time. So there isn't like, I don't have like a list of 5 films from like different companies and stuff. I just have like what I use is what I really like. So I have Pro Nano. Yeah, so I have Pro Classic, I have C2, and then Pro Nano. Those are my top 3 right now, then. Because if there was something I genuinely liked better, I'd be using it. But there's reasons that I like carrying all of these right now. USPS to Alabama. Oh. So I deal, they know this, I deal pretty much exclusively in like smaller items, stuff that you can fit in like padded envelopes. And the USPS is really good with those. So I have pretty good luck with them, but I don't get any like significant discounts or anything through them. You have like the wholesale numbers, so flat rate packages pretty much cost what they cost. And you can load them up with weight. That's been pretty good. But then when you start going a little bit bigger than that, like the in-between size, where it doesn't quite fit in something like that, you need to pack it into a box. They're not even that super economical either. But just like film, you get what you pay for. And then if they lose the order, then they're trying to like recoup stuff. And USPS, I think they all make it a giant hassle to get your money back. And then the person is pissed because the item didn't show up. So it actually like, if it all goes smoothly the first time, even if it costs more, it's a better experience than saving a little bit of money and then dealing with that disaster. Because what I've noticed too is like a lot of people put shipping on the company that shipped it, not on the shipper. They think you have some magic control over the package as it's on the way. It's like we drop it off at the shipper or they pick it up, and then it's literally like out of our hands. Changes and stuff like that, it like, yeah, when it gets there, it gets there. If it gets stuck somewhere, I don't know what happens.
Mari Lopez super chatted $4.99. Thanks for the live.
Alright.
I'm tinting a F150 and a Tahoe today. Catch you on the next live.
The next live. Well, thank you. I appreciate the 5 a whole heck of a lot. Good luck on your vehicles. And thanks for hanging out. I actually got to hear that one. My audio magically fixed itself somehow. I don't really know why, but it did. So that's good. It's a happy surprise. Ooh, we are slidey on this one. I have a roll that was supposed to be here last week, coming from FedEx. And generally everything's been fine. But for whatever reason, it got hung up halfway through the country. So I still don't have an exact ETA, and it's been a week. Where a lot of my other orders have been perfectly fine. It's just kind of how it is. But it's a crapshoot for all of them. You like... There we go. Try to make sure this is all locked down before we roll it up. It's still got a little wiggle. But it's pretty stuck. It's cold today. It's so cold today. I put like more soap in here too. Seems like international cars though. They're just not as, they're not as bad for a stick. They're pretty in between. Or like some domestic vehicles are like super sticky. Isn't that why you pay insurance on shipping? The insurance on shipping is for them to make more money. You will get your money back. But like... if you've ever had a reason to claim insurance on like your home, or healthcare or anything, the insurance is a way to charge you, make more income, and then try to make it as difficult as possible to actually give you a payout. That's its job. Because it makes no sense to pay $5 and then get covered for $100. They don't want to pay you $100. How many more orders do they have to ship? They will. They'll get there, or else they lose clients. But getting there, they make it difficult. So for some, it's just not even worth it, depending on how many of them go. Because it's like, okay, I'm gonna have to pay somebody to like handle all these, and then the customer's upset. So it's like most companies will just try and ship something out and then take care of it on the back end. But for some, it's just not even worth it. Yeah, insurance is no fun. I have a similar experience. UPS for me has been better too, but it's definitely not like, not flawless. Ooh, we got it out easy this time. That's good. Hooray! We did it! It's been like 5 hours. We tinted our first window today. Okay. Gonna leave that there. I almost want to do the windshield first. Just because that'll make all the rear seat bag logistics a little bit easier. Gotta throw them all up front and then you gotta throw them all in the back. This plastic's pretty good. This is a slightly different one. Still carpet shield like. It was recommended from Haas. This is the one he was buying off of Amazon, I think. It's thinner. And I kind of like that. I think it's around the same price too. You know, I don't have a super good reason to be using a razor blade right now. I'm just kind of am. Just to be like extra sure. I think it was from that car the other day where I missed a little piece of glue. I'm like, oh dang. Oh dang. Just want to double check something. Just want to double check something. Okay. I had like a slight internal panic attack. I'm like, the more I'm looking at this against a white car, I'm just like, it seems a little light. But I've installed a bunch of limo. I did 15 yesterday too. So like, I'm like, this isn't 35. but I hope I didn't like put the wrong shade in a box. So I just had to double check. Because, you know, recutting all that out wouldn't super suck or anything. No. Don't stick. There we go. It's the worst. Perfect. Perfect. Does the 5-second rule apply to dropping tint? Yes. It gets so sad. I've had patterns just curl off the window, fall on the floor before they're peeled, but they'll often like crumple on their own weight. Such a bummer. It hurts a lot because you just like cut out those patterns and then bye-bye. They're both pretty much done. Because inevitably, like, you'll think it's okay, and then you'll kind of like inspect the pattern a little closer, and you'll see like one spot that just buckled, and you're like, ugh. All right, let me cut them out again. That would happen on busy days. Busy days, summertime, doors open, a little gust of wind comes through, or you're just moving a little quick and not paying as much attention to what's sitting on the car, and then there it goes. Bye-bye. There's like the second seal here. I cut these farther down, but trying to get a tool in there. There we go. That helps. Cool. Are you advertising for more business? You're seeing it. This is like my primary way of doing any type of advertising. That, decent, a good chunk of decent reviews. I mean, you don't need like 100. I think I have like, shit, like maybe 35 to 40 right now. I just don't ask people, but I should. But as you exist, as you do a good job and impress the clients that you have, then you build up some referrals, new people. They'll do a little bit more like just price shopping, at least generally. Also a good laid out website. A good laid out website is pretty helpful. I see you had a bad review for not answering the phone. Oh dang, that sucks. That happens. I'm not gonna deny that one. That definitely happens. Not intentionally, but I'll tell you, when you have I'm not set up in a way where I can exclusively focus on just being a shop. I have that. I have the store and the channel. So I essentially have like 3 main businesses all going at the same time. I really wanted to be just the channel, but I like had to make a tint business to feed the channel. She wrote a bad review to another company for the same reason. Yeah, I know I'm not the only one. I mean, especially in the season. It's just like, I've been told that. I've been told like, wow, you guys answered the phone. I've called a bunch of places and they haven't even picked up. I think my biggest, like, you have to have them. But I'm, here and there, I think like, I might just not. No, the right answer is to have somebody else handle the phones. So Nick was doing that, and he's now too busy in his main job to do it. And I think it dropped off towards the end too, where like we weren't getting like a lot of calls, but I was definitely having to answer a lot of them. So I was kind of iffy on some of them and like getting back to people. It was like at this limbo phase where he was getting busier, so he didn't have as much time. And then I was still focused on some other stuff, so I just assumed some of these things were getting taken care of in the background, and they were and they weren't. I got 123, no calls, but out of a garage, so that could be it. It's the season, too. It's wintertime. $123 reviews. That's really good. Summertime's right around the corner, though. Like, I know it's January, but then January into February, you know, you get over that really slow hump. Oh! And then you push into the new year, or into tax season. Wow, those were way separated.
Braden Hart super chatted $9.99. Really appreciate the live streams. You have helped me learn so much as I've started Tintin. Here's a few bucks to keep you motivated to do streams and to show my appreciation.
Thank you. Is it not in here? Where is it? Wow, that's weird. Usually I get a super chat message on here too. Dang it. Is this where it is? Okay, Braden. Braden with the 10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the live streams. You guys heard the message, right? The funniest thing was, here's a few bucks to keep you motivated. Like when it said, here's a few bucks. It sounded really funny. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the 10. Glad to hear it. Oh, and I've started Tintin. How does the membership work? So there is a YouTube membership. There's a video attached to the membership thing too. So it's a little long-winded, but it does kind of describe everything. There's 5, 10, and 20. And you get everything for 5. Because for me, it wasn't about the membership. It was about getting channel emojis. And then just thinking of other things that I could do. But like the more I'm like, you know, I could do map listings. So I have a like find a tinter map on my website. It's a like an appropriate thank you. But the more people that are a part of it, the more that it can do. So I just kind of made everything available at 5. So it gives me the ability to post more direct, long-winded videos. Stuff that isn't quite as channel friendly, but it's for the people that really care. And so it's obviously a way to help support what's going on here, but like I'm not expecting that to do anything crazy. And then with the carbon, we'll cut out your name in carbon, and then the ceramic is like, we'll cut out your name in ceramic. Is there a difference visually? Nope. But you'll know. Yeah, I've already looked into that. Anybody that's watching off of an iPhone, it's like pinned as a comment, and that should take you to where you can sign up, if you so choose. But for whatever reason, memberships is, like iPhone is, Apple's payment processing is super ridiculous. So they take, this is why I'm like 90% sure that it's not showing. But it does show on like some bigger creators, but it'll show as like a different price. So the way Apple does all their payments is any app on their app store gets a 30% tax, period. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what size company you are. It doesn't matter what subscription you're offering. Every transaction that goes through the App Store, like not I want to buy this game, okay, it costs $7 in the App Store. In the actual apps on an iPhone, so this goes for like YouTube memberships, this goes for like YouTube Premium, this goes from like if I buy something direct in game, everything has a 30% tax. It's crazy. So what I've seen is like some of the bigger channels will have like a adjusted pricing or something. So a $5 membership on an iPhone will actually be like a $7 or $8 membership. This is like some more fun businessy things for me to talk about. But Apple doesn't want, they'll outright delete the app if they talk about it. Like, so if they have any text leading you to an external site, because you could do that, right? You could have an app, you could charge the Apple pricing on the app, or you could have an external link to go to the website to do the payment processing differently. Well, they'll delete your app if you do that. There can't be any mention of it in the app. Crazy. So, because YouTube is owned by Google, and Google owns Android, you can see how those are all friendly together. So you'll see the join button just fine on an Android phone, and you'll find it fine on a desktop browser, but you just won't see it on an iPhone. iPhone. Oh, phone. There it goes. Okay. Top service. Is there any other ones? Nope. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anybody. But top service. Welcome to Studio Insider. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a whole heck of a lot. Heck. Viewer activity. What? Show me. But yeah, so one of my favorite things about memberships is honestly the emojis. So I have the ability now to add some more emojis, but we have Tint emojis for those of you that sign up as memberships, which I think is pretty dang cool. Do they even show up? Let me check. They show up. I don't know if they show up. So anyways, back to the car. We are doing 20%. Ooh, I gotta get that real quick. We're doing 20% on all the sides and the back, and then we're doing 35 on the windshield. Which I might have to take a brief break on this one, because I've scheduled like a 2 o'clock for one window. Pretty sure that's coming in. Yeah, that's coming in today at 2. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen, because I'm moving. It's 12:45. We took a happy break at the beginning, and we just gotta we'll keep on trucking along. But I gotta do a full windshield here, so we'll see. We'll just see where we're at. Shank emote, yeah. I took basically the most popular tools that I used just for the first ones. I've had them made for a while. But the more members, it's I don't know what their ecosystem is with it. It's just ballooning up. But I think it's 2 members, you get an extra emoji. 4 or 5 members, you get an extra emoji, and that progressively gets harder and harder the higher you go. So they set little member goals. So what I would really like to do is have all the tools. Because, I mean, who doesn't like Tint emojis? It also, highlights your name in green or something. So that's pretty cool. Check washer fluid. I had to do that the other day. Yeah, that should be okay. These windows are overall pretty dang clean. Just a little bit on this top edge, but that's about it. How do I expand and get more clients? Keep whatever you can busy. It's sometimes just a matter of existing and overworking right now and just pursuing every possible lead you can, doubling down on things like making your website more attractive, adding more text to it, being a resource for people in your area. There's always stuff that you can do. And it might not seem like there's any which one that is over, you can see what kind of overproduces and go even harder into those things. But you won't really know until you kind of see where your main traffic is coming out now. Those are going to be some of the things you want to put some extra focus into. And then just look up lots of ideas and stuff, like how to generate more business for a local business. Because what's cool is local business has been a thing longer than any other type of business, really. So there's so many different types of resources out there. It's like not just that are so broad. So it's not just like find out from like a tinter's perspective what's a good way to expand my business. It's like you can swap out tint with so many other just different types of local business. So some of the things, like for example, some of the things that I've noticed that I should focus more into is one, my website. I need to add some more pages, lots more text, and that will definitely start generating more leads just from general search. But then you could dump that into Google Ads and like pay for traffic to be sent over your way. Facebook wasn't super strong for me, honestly, but it has been pretty good for other people if you know what you're doing. And also just, I think, you know, as people catch on, like the whole landscape changes. So you have to kind of stay on top of it. So pay attention to what's working. Double down on that. And then always keep trying other things. But while it's slow, you can kind of get stuck and like feel like your business is kind of worthless until it starts picking up again. But stick to it. If you feel like you're doing stuff well enough, it usually is to some regard. Like, I mean, you can always do more and you can always do better. But like, yeah, just stay creative. Because, I mean, there's stretches for me where I don't have shit to do as far as videos go. Or no, not videos. As far as physical business. But I have other things that I also need to do as well. So sometimes it's a super big blessing to have a little bit of like a slow stunt, because next time this year it's probably going to be busier than it is now. So like I just don't want to run that. I don't want to run into like for me, like, oh, can I not get this right? I just had like this little lip here. Here we go. Now let's get that a little bit here. Underscore heat. I kept hearing that and I'm like, what is that? Oh, that's the emojis. People are using those emojis now. That's super cool. The emojis are fun. Oh, that's awesome. Look at that. Heck yeah. Jason, top service. That's super cool. So how's it? Maybe I can rename them. Heat. No, it'll have the underscore heat, underscore cut. Yeah, that's right. I wanted to keep them short. Because I could have put like heat gun, but then I'd hear like heat gun, heat gun, heat gun, heat gun. I wanted to make them simple. There's like another question, but I got super side. There's another question I think that was pretty good I wanted to address. I just totally slipped my mind on what it was. I'll look back in a sec. Just want to get this done first. But yeah, this time of the year, it's like window tint is an all year round business, but it still suffers from the seasonality of it. Even down in hot states, winter times are just winter times. So your business won't completely stop, but you'll be overly busy in the summertime and spring, and then your business will generally drop off some in the wintertime. I've had some years that have been like kind of scary slow in the wintertime, and other ones it's like, yeah, it's not that bad. So keep that in mind and try and stay flexible. People still look for privacy. Yeah, absolutely. There's still like, but you know, there's a reason there's the term like spring cleaning. It's like weather gets nicer. That's when people really start thinking about like shading their car more so than in the wintertime. Like I could tell you my broad YouTube traffic come like April or May, it's like it's at its peak, more so than summertime. So like search terms for like how to tint and stuff like that just go way up. Wintertime, low. So there are seasonality things to all of this to consider. So save for some of the wintertime, and I always think it's a good idea to, like, if you're gonna do a vacation, shit, plan it for when you're not gonna have any work. Tax return, yep, tax return. For those of you that don't know, that's super big business. That's when you get a lot of strange cars. Like, an 06 Taurus is now spending like $350 on their car. That's unusual. That's tax season. People get kickbacks. They got money burning in their pocket. They want to spend it. And they need it now. They need it now. Everyone got tax advances. What tax season this year? Could be. We'll see. Maybe it'll be devastatingly slow. I don't know. But you usually can count on it. But that's a pretty big staple. You know, and it starts getting warmer too, so I think it'll still be busy. Did you do 24 on the rear windshield? On this one, you're probably, yeah, you're right on this one. I could fit a 24-inch on this one. Just got sidetracked. And I have the other, that would have worked out. I had that film there that I could have used for the quarters. So that's usually all I'm thinking for this is like, yeah, it's a little light, but then decent sized quarter windows, but I already had the film for it, so there wouldn't have been like any scrap there. Should have done that. Maybe if I didn't have so many questions. But as a business, there's never any guarantees. There's just high probabilities for what happened last year, and the longer you stay in business, generally, the more business you'll have the next year. Just because, like, it's slow. There's always a delay to any of these things. Like, a good example was just like GeoShield. It's like, I don't know how many times a stream I got asked about Lexan in particular. Then, like I said, now it's just like more people seem to have at least tried both. And that's huge. But that takes time. So a lot of these things that you try for like building your business, there's no, you usually got to pay for quicker results, but know that just having it there and getting started, it all builds together. Are there back windows where it's easier to use your hand rather than a felt card? Maybe a couple on like some tighter spots where you might have to like pull the film. But I think I've used a heat gun on every single back window for the past like ever, so it's not anything that I think about. Can you please do a video on how to cut from the top rear windshield on a big SUV like a Range Rover, because that spoiler thing comes down? Trying to think if it's on the channel. There's a Dodge Caravan video, I think. Look up a Dodge Caravan. That should be on the channel. And then I've done Focus. It's really like go through some of the live streams on any of the vehicles that I've posted with the rear spoiler. That's a hatchback. Because I've run into it a bunch. I just don't know, like, I think the Caravan is like the only specific video that I have doing like the whole thing, like in more detail. But I don't think it was a super great video. What product do you use to make the tinted windows? What I used to tint them is GeoShield. We're doing their Pro Classic right now. What time is it? It's 1. Okay. I think we should be okay. Get about 45 minutes on the windshield. About 15 more minutes on the back. I think that's a good goal to shoot for. Probably get the windshield done a little quicker, take a little longer on the back. Have you noticed GeoShield scratches easily? No, it hasn't, actually. At least not from my experience. I think there's other films that scratch even easier. Geo's got one of the better scratch coats. You can scratch, you can scratch like any film. But like, compared to what? Oh my God, there's another one. I think there's like 5 handbags in here. No wonder. No wonder they didn't care about the one sitting there, because they have like 5 in here. So you can imagine how many more are gonna be somewhere else. Pro Classic and C2 seem to be similarly priced. And then from that to like GoPro. Sorry. Let me get back to what I was saying. The jump from one film to the next. Like, it's enough to make some extra money on, charge more per vehicle, but it's not like going to be a huge crazy difference. So there really are quite a few, like they get lots of people though that are like, they see a $50 to $100 difference on a roll of film, and then they're like, whoa, that is way expensive. Okay, now divide it by 8. Because that's what like a 40-inch roll or a 36 is going to be per car. And then you're like, oh, if you look at it that way, good God, there's so many coats. There's another bag. I don't even want to look under the coats. I'm scared. I think I'm going to find like 6 more bags. Oh. Okay, good. I did release them. Oh, no. Okay, I don't see any bags from this angle. Matico? Okay, I get confused between Matico and Max Pro like all the time. Max Pro is green. Matico... No, I actually haven't. Turn on the defroster in the wintertime? No, like, it's probably... It's not necessary, but there's some cars that I say to do it regardless. Matico's greenish too? Well, that's appropriate because, like, I always get those two companies confused. They've always, like, in my mind, I think Matico's, like, held a little bit higher. But it's just because I don't know that much about them. But I think they're sourced from similar places. I'm just taking a wild guess on that one. But, like, I think the funniest thing about Max Pro is, like, their color is, like, green, like, for their branding. And so then their film is also green. Green is a scary color for film. So what I've been told is the first color to go out of a film is yellow. So when a film looks more green, they're compensating for more by adding more yellow in it. So when it starts to fade, it fades to like a more neutral tone and isn't going to be quite as obvious. So like when you come across like green looking films, like heavy green dyed looking films, I expect that they're made to fail. Not intentionally, but cheaper materials used there. Hey! Oh, God! Oh, God, we're getting smoked!
Daniel Rayner super chatted $9.99.
Daniel Rayner!
Is an honor to be in your Royal Tint presence.
Daniel Reyna, as always, thank you so much for the 10. That was a very appropriate message with the voice. He made it sound really, really nice. It's an honor to be in your presence. Thank you, sir. Isn't 3M green? No. Not from what I've... Like, it's been a long time since I've looked at it. But, like, the main film from them that I used was their color stable. And that was a hard sell for me because it was blue. Like, it was, like, obviously blue. So what was really rough about that is you try and like upsell. Like we had our regular color stable films. This is when like carbon and ceramic weren't really much of a thing. So going back to like 2011, 12, we had 3M color stable. So back then it was pretty damn blue. And the unfortunate bit about that is like, you know, if you heard about any film brands once in a while, like if you heard about any of them, which wasn't very often. The 3M was blue, so when you put it on front doors to like factory match, it just didn't look the same. But it was 3M, right? So that makes it good. Have cars ever died? Or are you professional? Go look at the last stream. Not only did it die, but we broke a brake light, so... I mean, professional, yes, but I'm not immune to problems. I have my fair amount of problems with every vehicle. Is doing a Benz back window risky? No. Mercedes has been like one of the most regular safe cars to tint I think that I've ever had to regularly do. I think every car is prone to some type of problem, but to be honest, what's been more of a problem have been like Chryslers and Rams, Chargers, Challengers, Durangos, 200s. So if you want to stay like extra safe and for tinting, just cut out all of Chrysler. It'll be like pretty much everything. But you're not going to do that because that's so much, at least here, it's so much business. They're one of the big three. So you're going to encounter a lot of them. Same thing with like then Mercedes. It's like, yeah, there's always possibility of problems. But, you know, if it's going to be a substantial part of your business, then you just like take that into consideration and then also learn how to kind of like avoid those problems altogether. Scotty doesn't like Chrysler. Well, yeah, because they're shit quality. I mean, I took a good hard look. Like, if you want to get any of those, I mean, they got leasing programs for days on their whole lineup of stuff. But oh my God, I would never buy one. I was thinking hard about the Pacifica for a minute because we were getting a van and like, so the Pacifica was really it. But I was pretty hard set on like, all right, I'm comfortable enough with like leasing one, but I do not want to buy one long term. And there was a car, a 300. Holy shit. So the 300 was like one of the funniest cars for me to work on because when they first came out, they were like all falling apart. I couldn't believe how bad and shitty those cars are made. When you just have the panels falling off, that's a problem. So like I remember going to this dealership and every once in a while I had to go pick up cars. So this was when I was more of a porter and like I'd help out with like accessories and stuff and I wasn't a tinter. I think I might have been like pretty new in the tinting thing. But I had to run and like port vehicles and stuff for my dad's company. So it was very regular for me to like run out to a dealership and try and track somebody down just to pick up like a stupid car. And I remember this like 300. It was like 6 months old or something. And the thing was like the glove box was just like falling off. Just the whole thing was just completely slumped down and just bouncing up and down as you're driving this car down the road. So it was like a combo of like somebody not giving a shit about it, and then also just poor build quality. God, they were horrible. And I dare say they've stuck to that. So what I like about them is they probably know that. And so their approach was like, all right, let's just jam a ton of horsepower in it. And then most people in this league are gonna like swap out their vehicles anyways, like after a handful of years. And the people that don't, wow, this is just falling all over the place, isn't it? And the people that don't, you know, it'll be fine. Kind of like Tesla. Teslas to me are kind of funny too. Like, I think they're better made, but I think they still have their fair... Oh no! Cannon. Cannon. I think Tesla has their fair share of quality problems because they're trying to rush stuff out right now and still establish, but people are still enamored with the brand as a whole that, you know, it's just like they'll get it and then they'll deal with the problems. That seems to be really popular now. People get it, they deal with the problems and make excuses for it. But as long as they come through and fix them, I mean, it's shown it doesn't really matter then. And Chrysler owned products such as Maserati. I forget they reached that far. Dude, I hear Maserati, or at least like years ago, I would hear Maserati and you think like uber fancy, right? And then I got in one and I'm like, this doesn't feel uber fancy to me. This just feels like a hacked together higher end sports car. Like it just had that feeling. So, good example of that. Good example of that for me is the Alphas. Beep. So, an Alpha, like the 4C seems pretty cool. That was before Gran Turismo when they had brand integrity. I hear ya. Yeah, they don't seem to have that like anymore. Alpha, I think the 4C seemed pretty decent, but there's some things on it. Like it's made to be lightweight. And then they had to beef up the frame when they brought it to the US. But then like the Giulia, dude, first one I ever pulled in to do, I still like the styling. I think it looks cool. But then I pulled one in and it's just, it's cool and I hate the interior. It just feels so cheesy. So they ripped off a couple of things, like, because I know it's like Fiat Chrysler, so they brought that in as like their collab. And that's where you can totally tell quality issues. So like they had like the same shitty window switches. They had like pretty like, you know, you get in a nicer car and it's just got a good feel to it. You get in one of those things and it's like, oh, this kind of seems a little small and janky. It's gotten a little bit better. But the first one had like a Dodge Ram key, basically, just like their staple key that they use for everything. And I'm like, come on. So bad. All right, dudes, where did I put? I had it. Camera went down. I think I had it after that. And then, where did I put the quarter window? had it cut out. Where did I do it? Help me. Chat, where's my quarter window? What the fuck? That's not it. Did it fall on the ground? Seriously, where am I at? Rear shield. It's not there. Oh, it's inside. Oh. The deck lid. Duh. I remember now. Okay, thank you. Whoever said back deck gets a trophy. People are saying rear windshield. It's not specific enough. Not for my distracted brain. All right, cool. Let's get this done. I think one of the coolest things, though, about being able to work on so many different cars is just having a good, broad variety perspective on like what other people are doing. Because if you haven't seen all these things, like you can be pretty enamored with just like walking into like any dealer, seeing the latest things that they have in their cars and being like, woo! But then when you see like, oh, these switches are on that car, which is like way cheaper, and then these ones have failed, and then oh, they're using this type of paneling. It all like the bubble starts to just like pop. It's like, oh. And it gets really sad. Oh no. Lamborghini is basically an Audi A4. Oh my god. You know what's funny about them is they got like, who doesn't like a Lambo? Same switches, same air vents. Oh, you just killed Lambo. Damn, I would be so disappointed. And I know there's a lot of crossover between a lot of cars that I wasn't expecting. You want your overpriced Audi A4? I would be dead. Matt follows Scotty and went with Toyota. I know he loves Toyota. I actually picked up the van because it, like, not because it was a Toyota, but I picked up, Toyota or Honda as a long-term buy because they have that reputation. I don't actually know, but they have broad enough of a nice reputation that's just what I went with. Look at the Atlas Sportback, Audi Q8, Coupe, Urus, all the same platform. I stay focused. Like, some of these are really funny. So I'm hearing, like, so many of these are on the same platform, and like it makes sense, right? It's like a tool company. They don't specialize in any particular thing. It's like everything starts to become the same. It's all the branding, and it's all the platform, and all these companies will get it. Well, honestly, same thing with window film. Same thing with window film. Same thing with a lot of tech. There will it's really like a boutique customizing and branding game. That's how so many things are. So you guys right now, with some car brands, you're just like slowly popping that bubble extra hard right now. So if I was like to be a car review channel, I'd be so cynical. That's hilarious. They're Integras with 300,000 miles. Hondas live forever. But they can get a good rep under one car, and then slide in like some other completely different car that's just like, oh yeah, it's this platform. So it's completely outside of their scope of vehicles there. Like, oh, we need a minivan. Let's have this company build the minivan. Dang, that's so sad. But that's just how it is. Have you done any Porsches? Yeah, I have. My Porsche catalog is not super big, though. I did so many Panameras and like a handful of other ones, like Caymans or Cayenne. I don't know, whatever the SUV was, one of the two. Not a lot of like the smaller 911s and stuff. I've only done like a couple of those. Why not double cut? Oh, I was looking to do that, and then I just had this like, when I cut off the piece from the rear, it was just not the side, because I'd rather do them individually, but I'll sometimes do them on the same window. It's just, I gotta go get a light sometimes, and for quarter windows, I'm not like, it's okay. So out of habit, a lot of times I'll just really cut them the same, or cut them individually on the quarters, but I'd save more time double cutting them, which probably would be really helpful right now. Yeah. That's funny on the cars. The Lamborghini, I think, takes the cake, though. Lamborghini is basically an Audi A4. You know what was really kind of sad to me? Canon. Hang on 1 second. I gotta run up front. What up? All right, I've got I've got to fix one truck window, so I'm gonna get this to a pretty healthy spot, I think, and then I'm gonna back this one up and then take care of that truck. He's here a little bit, actually a half hour early, so I'd rather just, he's waiting, not in a rush, but we'll swap him out. I'll get this quarter window out of the way, and then pull a couple of things, which is good because then I can throw all the bags back there. Which I need to do anyways. But you'll see. It's annoyingly slight. So I don't always tuck it's on an F-150. They're pretty loose seals overall, and I don't always tuck them underneath. And they're usually perfectly fine. This one, unfortunately, is not. So I gotta fix it. And then we'll jump on this windshield. But normally I'd be pretty comfortable at this spot, finish up the windshield in like a half an hour, maybe a couple minutes longer, touch up the rest of the vehicle, and it'd be all good to go. I have a lot of people that show up like half hour early or so, especially lately. I think the ones that drive me a little crazy are like early morning. So when I'm tinting a car, or when I have most days, when I have a 10 o'clock appointment, and then I get here I try and shoot for 20 minutes early now. But then I'll pull up, and then somebody will be waiting there, and I'm like, oh shit. Hang on, let me unlock it, let me turn everything on. Do I got room to park this somewhere? Yeah, I probably can. I can probably tuck it all the way back in that corner there. Don't let water sit on Porsche leather dash too long. Ooh, that's no fun. That makes it tough. Cause you want to cover up as much as you can, but on a car like that, it gets progressively harder. Cause it's just you don't necessarily have a lot of space, especially on something like the windshield. So you've got to have that balance between spraying, wiping it off, and just getting it done. But good God, actually having it mess up the leather as just an overall risk while you're getting into the job, that is not fun. Got one little finger here. I don't really even need to push it down right now. It's just bugging me. One little side finger. I could let this sit over there and then push it out. But I want to see it all down already. So we'll just do this real quick. Cool. That's good. Lots of space. So... It's just a mess of handbags. You know what I just thought of? I have 2 sets of keys. I don't need to do this, but I got 2 sets of keys. And I also have 2 Apple tags. So we're gonna slap this guy on here, so we extra know where everything is. That is my own insurance right there. That is like my dumb sidetrack mind insurance. Like, where did I put that thing? Like the quarter window. Okay. Alright. We're gonna move some of this there. I know I gotta put the headrest in still. But we'll also see if we fried the vehicle. Should be fine. Should be fine. There's that. You guys get to see a different vehicle today. Ooh, it's our Louis Vuitton bag. This is probably a $2,500 to $3,000 bag if it's actually real. It's shoes. Shoes. There's all that. Okay. Apple tags, great. Have them on 8 things in the garage. Dude. Oh, I know, I don't know if you guys... I showed this before, but they are... My wife got Detroit Tint Studio ones. But yeah, I like... You don't need them, but when you wish you had it, you really wish you had it. There was a time, like, I was like, okay, I'm done. I've had far too many panic attacks about my own keys and customer keys being left in a vehicle, and I've done it before. But I'm usually pretty good here. It's just the stream and everything else is like that one phone call, you set something down real quick, you don't remember where you put it. That's a huge bummer. So what I did was, yeah, I got some tags and I just started throwing them on. Like, I got one to see how they were like, and I put it on my keys, and it's just great. They're so helpful. Oh, we got a sink, by the way. This was courtesy of Nick. So I gotta put that in here. We'll finally get a wash tub. I've been like on the fence about a lot of things, which is why you don't necessarily see it's why you don't really see things as far forward as what they could be. You know, I could have done the showroom way earlier. I could have done some custom stuff to the shop quite a while ago. But, like, I choose not to, just because I'm like, I leased it for a couple years. Is this really, like, home base? And then we're still talking about, like, moving and stuff like that. And so I kind of get all sidetracked with this stuff. I'm like, let me add this to the stream, because I know that's got, like, long-term everything. So that's what I tend to do. Oh yeah, I need his key too. So with that, or with, like, you know, stuff like the sink over there, it's just like it all gets put off, it all gets put off, it all gets put off. Well, we'll probably be hanging out here for the foreseeable future, so I'll start making some more significant improvements here. There she is. Oh, I gotta put that up just a little bit more. This should do it. Okay. So I not even done on stream. And it doesn't look like there's an issue. If you look here, little flip.
Wouldn't call it a good song.
Uh-oh. Let's turn that down. There we go. Sunshine. You know, I don't use it very often, but it's nice to be able to park a couple of cars somewhere else and then still be able to get a vehicle out without having to put it outside in the cold. It's nice. Okay, so this one, it's peeling right here. So it's not even the corner. It's like just this little bit here, right kind of in the center. This little area would have been just flipped up or got flipped up over time from rubbing against that seal. So we're gonna cover this up and peel it, and then we'll retint it. This is 100%. This is 100% warranty work here. How did you come up with your company name? A lot of thinking. And I hate, at this point I'm exhausted with naming stuff. So I've come to learn there's two really good approaches to naming something. There's being cool. Wow, this is just not sticking to here at all. Oh, better get that. There's being found and there's being cool. My gut is always I want to be cool, but the way I've actually named stuff is to be found. So Detroit Tint Studio, the cool part to me is the studio part. It at least maybe makes it feel a little bit different, or when they see the video work, then they get, oh my god, this stuff is so much later. All right, we'll walk slower. But when they see like the studio setup, that's kind of like where that is. It's like, all right, this isn't just a shop. This is a little bit different than that, because video is such a huge aspect to this being a thing. So that's where I'm like, I could call it a studio. I think that sounds fancy. But the Detroit part is not fancy. I don't think anybody in Michigan is like, they'd rather see like a nicer city name that they're in, or that they're nearby, than Detroit. I'm pretty well aware of that. But it is popular still for like searches around here, and because it's broadcasted, it's kind of in the name, because then more people recognize very quickly if they come across the videos where this place is. So back to what I was saying, you can either be found or you can be cool. So any chance you give yourself to like be found easier is a huge bonus. God damn, this is 5. I thought this was like 20 or something. Oh shit. This was tinted over tint. Oh, no shit. Canon. Okay, this is a different situation all of a sudden. So we did 20 over the factory, and then we did the full windshield. Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? Yeah. Oh, you didn't get a text? Oh, okay. Do we set it for Friday? Friday at 10. Can I take down your name and number really quick, and then I'll definitely send you that again. But it is like, if you go to DetroitTintStudio.com and go to our online page, that's where you can do it. I just like to also try and make sure you got a direct link to it. So I'm totally sorry that it didn't get to you. I thought I set it out, but maybe I got distracted. Yeah, we're definitely good for Friday at 10. Yeah, what's your number real quick? Uh-huh. Okay. And your name? Okay. I definitely remember. Yeah, let me just double check. I'll double check on shooting you out another message with the link, but just in case something were to happen again or whatever, you can always text this number, or actually the number I'm going to text you from. Yeah, it is a different number. So go to DetroitTintStudio.com. That's where you can find the booking page, and I'll text you a link still. Yep, no problem. Bye. Let me think. Actually, let me think for a second. This is a different situation. Let me look up his. Let me look up the details. Because it's been tinted. It's tint over tint, which isn't necessarily supposed to stay, but it's something that I could do. I'm pretty sure we did it to save him some money, though. So let's pull up Tint Wiz and see what we actually did on this beast. It says front side windows and full windshield. What I'm not sure on is, we do rear side windows too? Because it only says front. I thought we did. All right, I gotta talk to somebody really quick. I'll be back. Okay, so we have a plan. It's gonna be about 350. So what? I could check YouTube, but I have it written down too. He did have Tint on here before, and I like slowly remembering what we did. So we put Tint over Tint, and this is one of those good life lessons here. It usually is okay, but it's not always fine. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to trim it, and he is going to then take off, because this is not gonna cost anything to do, just to like trim this little bit off. But then we're gonna schedule an appointment and he said he wanted to get his back window done anyways, so we're going to set it up for that. So the good news is these Ford seals good news is the Ford seals are pretty deep, and there's lots of room here, so this isn't that bad just to do this real quick. And it shouldn't be, I mean, I think it might even last and be totally okay, but he just wants to know, and I can't guarantee that. So this did not come with any particular warranty. It didn't come with any particular warranty on the job, just because of the way it was. But the way I had it written down, I thought it was just like an extra door. Yeah, here's that other layer right here. So we're going to we're gonna do our best to peel the underlying out of this and then like yank it off. I wasn't trained in this way. I'm just doing what I can right now. This might be a little bit more annoying than I thought. I've been asked before to like do a windshield strip, like from a windshield. They're like, hey, I had my full windshield done. It's a little dark. Can you just trim off the bottom, and that way I have a nice, nice windshield strip? When you say Tint over Tint, you mean factory? No, in this case, it was aftermarket on the front doors. So this was like, this went through like a couple of small changes here. So initially this was just like coming in for like front doors, I think, in a full windshield. And then like, or like, I think it was like the full truck, and then it changed into like the front doors and the windshield. So this one was just, God, this is dumb. Yeah, it just didn't stick. So there's the underlying film that seems to be sticking a little bit differently than mine is, which makes sense, but I'm just trying to get in there and pull it loose so it looks at least halfway decent. Let me get that, because we got our line. Let me get that roll, or that blade. Where's my, there it is. Plus it's cold. I gotta pull the panel back. That's the hardest problem right now. But I cut my line, so I can just use this and kind of strip it back. See that? That's what I'm looking for here. We'll get it. I'm just gonna make sure we don't go too high. Just get a good grip. It's mostly just like getting leverage. It's not like it's that top little lip there, so I can get like a little grasp on it. The whole thing will peel out at this point. And to cut it. Shit. We're so close. We're getting it. That's what I need. So we're just going to, oh, and it shed. There we go. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Okay. You can remove the sweeps. But what I'm trying to say is this isn't about the sweeps though. It's about the panel. Panel is kind of in my way. So I gotta pull like the whole panel back if I want to actually make this easier. Other than that, we got a little system here. We're just knocking a razor blade, scraping it down. Everything in the seal is like out. I can't get any leverage from the bottom up. I gotta go from like the top down. So then it doesn't matter as much. Oh, that's probably a dumb place to put it. And like my OCD is like, gotta make this flush. There we go. Wheels on the bus. That should do it. Okay. So, here we go. No more flip. look up one little piece there. Yeah, boy. Oh, remove the sweep and it won't have issues. That's true. We could just remove it and it'll never have a problem. Okay, there we go. Did the cart come with the shelf? No. No, it was extra. They sell you the box, and then right next to it, they've got like 50 accessories that you can get. You can get a white you can get a white what's it called? You can get the white color matching shelf. You can get magnetic things. You can get a matching power strip. There's a lot of little things that you can get, little accessories for it. All right, Canon. So, let me see, what's my calendar looking like for next week? I think we can do Monday. Yeah, I can do Monday or Tuesday. As long as they don't have anything. Yeah, let's do Monday. I think Monday will work. All right, I'll be back. I gotta pull this out. And yeah, hang out for a minute. I'll be right back. And then I'll pull up that Mercedes. All right, so he's coming in Monday at 2 o'clock. So let me get this car back in here. I gotta schedule somebody else. Good God. When every little thing that you have to do takes like 5 minutes, that piles up really quick. I missed the whole thing. Yep. The whole... Just wait a second. Canon. No. GoPro. Monday's MLK Day. Oh, so there'll be like shipping problems, but I'll still be open. That's not a work-free holiday. Not in the automotive space. Well, it depends on the company that you are. If you work for like the government, then you get a day off. Dude, MLK Day or like Labor Day even was like, oh, it's Labor Day. Well, we'll see you at 9. It didn't matter. So we still got the windshield to do on this one. Let me get this. I got a Lexus scheduled for Friday. Canon. I got a Lexus scheduled for Friday. Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? Well, our hours are usually till about 5, but it just kind of depends on what comes in that day. Is there something you want to get scheduled? We are through merchant services. I'm good, thanks. I'm trying, like I said, trying to schedule this Lexus, and then your phone rings again, and you're just like, just please stop. I've got just a message that I gotta get out. And like, I got the brake light situation that I'm still dealing with. And then I got that, and then the situation changed, and I have a stream, and then I have to finish the windshield on this thing. And then it's just like, come on. Maybe I did 586. That's a Michigan area code. This is not a 5, this is 58 something. That could have been why I messed it up. Here's a link to leave a deposit for... Don't ask me questions right now. Friday, for Friday at 10 a.m. All right, there we go. Send a message. Good deal. What would you say is the best way of sourcing leads? I don't think there is a best way. I think there's just a lot of scrambly, ambitious ways until you figure out what works best for you. Because there's still people that do Yelp, and it's working for them. I don't think it's popular in my area. Here it seems more people use like Google My Business, or, you know, so like searching on Maps or Google or whatever if they don't know you exist. You know, you can get leads off of YouTube. You can get them through other social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I'm sure. Like, it's just like you can kind of get them from anywhere. So I think there's a few really unsavory places that pull in difficult people, like Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist. Those type of ones are usually pretty desperate. But all the traditional advertising routes, including your own website and just filling it full of helpful resources, that's something I'm going to work on. So there isn't like one particular avenue. Just try a lot of stuff. And like, you know, I'm hearing a lot right now from people. You know, it's slower for a lot of tint businesses, but this is January. So when it's cold and beginning of the year or end of last year, I mean, shoot, especially if you're a newer business, it slows down. That's one reason why, like, hey, why didn't you hire help? It's like, well, I half expected this was coming, and it didn't, and then all of a sudden, the last couple months of the year, here it is. So I had enough help with scheduling and stuff to get to the point where I didn't need help with it. But that's gonna have to find somebody near the beginning of next year, I think, for that in particular. But I mean, imagine being at this point in your shop. Like, it really gets frustrating because, like, there's days where you're like, you need that help. It's like dinner hour at a restaurant, right? You just need all the help that you can get, and then all of a sudden, the business dries up, like halfway through the week, or for a couple of weeks, or a month, or something, and then you're just like, God, all that extra money is going directly to an employee that I gotta pay, but I got a business to take care of too. So, based on your reviews, you can get lots of leads. That's only what, like 35? I don't think that's that many. Especially like considering how many clients that I've serviced. I just haven't done, I don't think I haven't pointed it out like enough. But I mean, there was a point in time towards Christmas time in December, and a little bit before that, where it's just like, you know, I'd have the occasional like super slow week, and then appointments would trickle in. So it was enough to like kind of gradually keep me busy, but I was always a little bit on edge because it wasn't consistent. I didn't have like a backlog for like 2 weeks worth of appointments. It was like they're just kind of coming in, keeping things busy enough, then a couple more would come in, and then all of a sudden you just like those days dry up. You should pay somebody to come clean for you once a week. You're absolutely right. I have to organize some stuff first before that happens, though. Because, like, I mean, the cleaning is not even that bad for, like, the regular stuff. So if it's just, like, the showroom area swept up, like, that doesn't take long. It's just all this other organization shit that I have to keep on top of. One tint shop. Ooh, a lot of good questions there. So, one shop gave me a free tint cleaning solution with their logo on it. That is pretty cool. So that's like long-term professionalism branding there. The unfortunate bit is, like, it's really to, like, it did exactly what it's for. It's to impress the people that you've already done a job for as, like, icing on the cake. And then you, from there, like, referrals. Like, wow, this place was, like, super cool. They even did this. Just completely above and beyond. That speaks volumes for referral business. It's unfortunately not a great solution if you're just like, I don't have a client to give a glass cleaning bottle to. So like then you start looking for the traditional ones. Or more traditional means of advertising and getting your name out there. It's like, okay, if it's slow, what can I do? Well, you have an entire internet of like business listing places, ways to be scrappy, ways to kind of think outside the box, and I don't think there's any like silver bullet for it. There's just a lot of things that you can try and just see what kind of stacks up. So the main ones are like obviously like Facebook, but that's a sea of competition too. Google. So you want to make your site very searchable, very rankable. So like think of things that an everyday consumer would be searching. Not where can I get my windows done, but is it legal? What are the different options? And like literally turn your site, your business site, into a resource that they can learn about all this stuff. Because if they learned it from you, why wouldn't they schedule it with you? That's where this hollers back to being discoverable versus being cool. Like there's two ways to brand it. You can have like a sweet name on your business, be like super dark tints, or that's terrible. I don't know. One I hear a lot is like Eclipse, or just like some other like throwback to being dark or whatever, like faded or something like that. Like those are more like brand names, and like so if you hand me your name on a card or you tell me what it is, like Eclipse, I don't mean to pick on anybody who happens to be named Eclipse window tinting, but like let's say that's your name. I don't know anything about you other than like Eclipse, okay, and if you have window tinting in your name, cool. Now I know a name in window tinting. You could be anywhere in the country. But the more specific that you get, the more discoverable you are, because that's what people are already looking for. Ooh, 100%. Better class of criminal. No, class of... Sorry, Batman. This town deserves a better class of criminal. But yeah, like Sun Distributing said, price shoppers don't want to learn about tint. The higher end customers appreciate things like that. You will get better class of customers. 100% agree. Because look at it this way. If I just go on, like I want tint, I want it now. So what are my priorities? I just want tint and I want it now. So convenience and probably price. And whichever one can give me the best price and the quickest in, that's where I'm going. Like, look at Amazon. Like, okay, I want like a napkin holder. Am I looking for napkin holder brands, or am I just gonna like pop on Amazon and just find a napkin holder? Or am I gonna like research brand names on napkin holders and find out which is the best brand napkin holder? Just like window tint, it like for so many people for so long, it's getting better. Window tint is all window tint. It makes your windows darker. What else can it possibly do? Heat rejection. I'm in Michigan. So what you end up doing is cater to people that just, they don't care. And you're trying to sell them on things that they don't care about. So when you put out information that somebody can like actually get value from, Like, hey, I had that question. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know care instructions for tint. I didn't know this. I didn't know that. All those little things that somebody might look up. The people that are looking that up are the people that care. So, like, this whole channel is that. I'm not trying to sell anybody that doesn't care. That's why I hate phone calls. Is like, you call my shop and you're interested in a quote and you know I exist, but you know I exist as much as any other shop in this area. But when I get somebody that has watched the channel, they're a totally different person. And I appreciate that a lot. I'm more looking for the type of people. Canon. I see it. I see it. How did it freeze from so far back? I don't even know. GoPro. But thank you. Thank you, B711 HD. Also save the customer time, but save yourself time. And I forgot what I was saying for a minute, but that probably harkens back to a really, really good point. But yeah, like having that, all that, I guess a good thing from that is like having all this information available on your site. So like, look at this. What would you rather do? Would you rather sit on the phone with every customer and explain every little detail about the differences or blah, 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 or whatever, and then half of it's going to go in one ear, out the other? Oh, I forgot what he said about this. Oh, I forgot what he said about that. Or how about this? Hey, I'm going to text you or email you some great resources that we built on our site that'll answer all the possible questions that you can have about window film. Oh, cool. Thank you. So, like, even if you don't land a job, if they called you, they're kind of getting, like, a rough quote. Okay, I'm calling people, but I still had a couple questions. Well, here, let me just give you a helpful thing, and now they got your whole website in front of them. I prefer to see the prices versus hearing them. That can get a little, like, I can do broad pricing, and I actually make that available too. I'm kind of in the same boat. If the more people that I talk to, the more annoyed I get. I don't know. Like, it's like a restaurant, right? It's like, okay, I don't even know what your prices are. I don't want to, like, be offensive to somebody either. I just, like, I have a certain price range in mind, maybe, or I don't even know what it costs. But I know that if my mind is at like a $300 range, and then all of a sudden I call a place, and then they're like, yeah, so our starting film is this, and most of the time we recommend this, and you know that car starts at like $800, and you're just like, whoa, wait, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, look, I'm sure it's an amazing service and you guys are great and all these things. I just don't have that money to spend on what you're doing. But when you do things that help and attract certain types of customers, then your whole business evolves with that. Like it's just, you have just a different class of person that maybe isn't so urgent. But it takes work to get there. It's not just up and running the next day. It's patience. It's fielding all the shit phone calls along with the good ones. So the easy route is just like, it gets frustrating, and then you're just like, it's $100, it's $200, and you hang up the phone. You got to be patient in the beginning. It's really tough. Do you have a Groupon? Do people still use Groupon? Dude, I have first-hand experience with Groupon. It's miserable. You are... So here's the Groupon pitch from, like, Groupon. Well, you know, you give a couple services at a particular price. They're like the Yelp of low-budget advertising, too. Like, they're just... Oh, it's rough. So, yeah, you'll get more leads. And, like, the value that I saw, because Groupon was, like, a hot topic, like, 10 years ago. There's a lot of people like, how do you do it? We should do Groupon. Everybody's talking about Groupon. Let's do Groupon. Well, the thing about Groupon is you have to give them a cut. So depending on your negotiation power and tactics and whatever, a lot of people are doing like 50%, sometimes 30%, but like 20 to like 10% was like a pretty sweet Groupon deal for most people. Like, that's the Groupon's commission off of getting you the client. So you give your service at a discount, and then you have to give up income. You're not making shit off of Groupon. You're just keeping yourself busy. But the idea for some of it was like, okay, you offer like a simple service. So like 2 doors. So you have a special on 2 doors. Well, what I saw more often than not was like those 2-door clients that were only interested in 2 doors. They weren't budging on getting anything extra. They're like, I am here for 2 doors. I don't want to hear about anything else. This is how much it costs. I have my Groupon. Thank you, goodbye. No referrals. Quick in and out. Just dog shit. So terrible. I don't know how anybody deals with that. Makes you feel busy, but then you look at your actual income. And then they beat shops up. At least back in the day, they would. They would say, like, hey, we already have a shop doing 2 front doors. We want you to give full cars away for this much money. And it was like an actual negotiation to even like get your service on there. It's total waste. What do you say when they say I give you? What? I say, what? I don't understand the question. Watch out for the LV bag and the fashion floorboard. Those. Yes, I know. Yeah, that's a bag you don't want to get wet if it's real. Is it real though? How do we know? We don't. I'm guessing they have like 5. Thoughts on a Workhorse 2 for a shop? Yeah, they're a good machine. They'll work. Check out my plotter video on the Workhorse 1. And check their site to see like some of the differences between the two. Tint Depot's got some videos. I think On Point Styles, Kevin, he did the videos for them. He might have an extra video or 2. It's not even, oh shit. It's not even on the floor. It is on the seat. So, I thought you guys were looking out for me. I already had it in a good spot. The headrest on the other hand. That's why it's a little tight. Kind of thought so. I just started working for a shop yesterday. Congrats. They're paying me 35% commission. Nice. That's really good. I like that. Was it reliable software that I can recommend? It's tough. I have to use them, but I think Computer Cut is actually going to be the best that I can recommend. And I thought they were locked down. They are owned by SolarGuard, so if you're using SolarGuard, you get like software benefits. But they are supposed to be independent. In like anybody can use them, and it's the software that's been around. It's been around the longest. Just get this out of here. So that being said, it's more expensive, but it's 100% worth the extra. I think $100 that they're asking. Because for me, dude, if the patterns don't work, there's no point in using the software at all. So another option right now is Plotter software. Oh, cool! It did pop-ups. Film Cut. You can try it out for a month. Use that code. You can try it out for a month, and if you like it, you can stick with it. I still think it's a little early for that film software. It's pretty damn basic. Like, you don't need a lot of features, but there are a few that it's missing. But when the cuts, like most of what I cut out, is really good overall. So I haven't needed to make lots of adjustments. It's either like that it works or it doesn't quite work. So Eminem wants the collab. Well, we're off at 18 Mile. We're like 10 miles down from where he hangs out. What percent would you pay if you had a tinter? It depends on their capabilities. So it would probably be some form of regular hourly with a commission boost. When you pay somebody commission, they have no other incentives other than to make commission. When you pay them hourly, there's certain expectations that you can have in the beginning. But there's also like, you use people for what they're best at. So like, you know, shops that want tinters to like clean up the whole shop, like, I mean, it can be fine. You make the mess, you clean it up. But like, you don't want to like devalue their time either. So it's like, you pay somebody to clean it, or, you know, like you can hire somebody to clean, but also handle other stuff that's kind of within that wheelhouse, like low-level tasks and whatnot. For like tinters, it's like you put a lot of time to work on the skill. What you really want to do is focus on doing that, which makes a lot of money, and what gets incentivized through your commission. So if they're not keeping you busy, that's a problem. So it would probably be some form of hourly, unless the commission is just like solid and there's no like downtime or whatever. It would probably be a little bit of both. More hourly probably means a lighter commission. So depending on how busy your business is, I'm best at standing around and talking. I could do that pretty good too. And like, being totally fair, I worked with Sun Distributing's window tint shop, and I know I drove them crazy on some of what I didn't do. And I don't want to sound like, you know, I'm better than cleaning up a place or whatever, but like, I'm just a weird person. I do YouTube window tinting, right? There's a lot of people that don't do that. So it's like my mind is always in a different place as like, it was always in a different place as an employee. But I don't think there is really, like, if you're looking to hire somebody, I think I've been pretty surprised to hear this, really. Like, the guy that just said he gets 35% commission, I think is, like, an outlier in this. I think it's a lot to, like, get 35% of every job that you do. %. Yep, I remember. You would clean the area that you're working in, but you wouldn't certainly wash a car. Yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna be a car washing service. I still stand by that. I'll rinse the outside of it. I don't like touching paint either. But like, so there's the things that you do as a business to like try and stand out as a service, and I totally can respect it. But when you're like going from the work that you're doing to now having to do extra things, it's like, yeah, not that. What is that? Do you go live for every car that you do? The vast majority of them, yeah. And it kind of goes back to what I was saying about like feeling like it's like devaluing what you're good at. It's like I don't want to wash cars as part of the job that I'm doing. I want more opportunities to make more money. So you can hire like a pretty low level person to clean, wash cars, pull things in and out, that type of stuff. And then keep the people that this is what they do best. I just want them to keep doing this. But, you know, if the business isn't there, you can't exactly do that, so I get it. There's the benefit to paying hourly. Yeah, if you can like pay an hourly and come into it with certain expectations right off the bat that like these are the things that are at least expected, and if they go, yeah, cool, then that's one thing. So they're all different types of people. A lot of tinters want to be their own business. That is for sure a thing. So some of those other things get really complicated. Some people just want to stay at a shop and they're happy, but there's a lot of tinters that have the aspiration of starting their own company. And then you start to break down all the pretty obvious pricing. We're like, okay, I'm doing X amount of cars a day. I'm paying X amount for film. I could do this myself. I am the business. So tinting is definitely one of those harder businesses to build a team. Really is. It's harder to train people to do the skill, and the whole business rides on the skill. So that gets really dicey. I mean, that's one reason, I'd be kind of terrified if I didn't know how to tint. I was running a tint business. Because then your tinter walks out on you and you're just like, well, there goes my business. That would suck. And I've watched it happen to some places. So as a business owner, you have to make sure all your ducks are not in one basket or whatever, chickens. What are we putting in baskets? Oh, but back to a couple little things. Something I kind of glossed over, I think, was like, I think one of the best ways to hire somebody is like, I mean, to have the mentality that you're going to teach them most of what they are going to learn. So maybe they already have their feet wet with it. Maybe they just seem like an ambitious person that wants to take on the tint world, and I'm more than happy to like work for you for a long time. So you don't necessarily have to pay a lot from what I've seen. You know, be respectful, give them some type of livable wage, but then give them a clear path to growing. So it's like, these are the things that will make you more money. And give them something tangible to hang on to. Because I think for everybody, okay, maybe not absolutely everybody, but getting paid a lot of money to do anything eventually gets old. Unless you're just the type of person that is like, I just want to make this salary, and that's all I ever want to make. I think more people are like, you get used to a certain thing, and then you want to grow. Like, you hit that ceiling, and it stagnates for a while. Like, you're super excited at first, but then it's like, okay, now what? And then you get to that next point, and then, okay, now what? So, for a tint shop, it's hire somebody in as a main assistant, and then from there you can evaluate. You can like test some stuff out. So like, here's a squeegee out this window. I'll help you out. We'll see how you take to this. We'll see how you take to that. But first is you're hiring somebody in to save you time. So give them the things that you know you can teach them real fast that'll save you time. Pulling cars in and out, prepping vehicles, getting patterns cut on a plotter. Any of those things will immediately save you time. Sweeping up, cleaning the floors, handling some phone calls, replying to leads. They're just like an all-around helpful assistant. That is just like, okay, I have all these random things that constantly pop up. I will pay you X amount an hour, and then you handle all these things in. And then with the idea that, okay, you want to do more here, this is the path that we're going to take. This is how much it's going to, that's how it's going to, your income's going to evolve, is like, you do these things, you show me competency in those, and then I'll pay you more. Because now they're more valuable. And then you build up that skill set, and they grow with you as a company. The part that I always get a little hung up on is they hit all those things, they're making mad money, and now they know all the business, so now what? Because that day will come. And really, I think one of the best, at least, ideas is to kind of open up a shop with them and put them in charge of it. But you're going to have to just, on the back end, you're going to have to teach somebody else. So you're not putting all your ducks in a row with one person. It's like you're building up this person and you want them to succeed as far as they'll go with your company, but then you got a backup plan. Because you have to. You have to as a company. Because it's not necessarily a company built off of one person. A company is really, like, in my mind, is comprised of, you know, even a handful of individuals, and if any one of those people drop out, I can keep the company going. It may not be super fun, but you can keep things going. And you got backups. Because you should be able to, like, have a sick day, right? Oh, I'm just not feeling well. Oh, I got this family emergency I got to go to. And then you can lean on somebody else to take care of it. And it might not be the most convenient thing, but it's like, okay, well, at least the whole shop didn't die while I was gone. Because if you're hanging on by that much of a thread, something's bound to happen eventually. So it's like, for now, or wherever you're at, you know, just keep that in the back of your mind. Someday you'll have to do something. So, there's like a couple of people. One asked if I was thinking about adding other services. Not in adding more clients here. It's more like online stuff. So I could get into paint protection film, the obvious film ones, right? But really, it's a similar problem with window tinting. I have to get so busy to the point that it makes sense for somebody that can stay dedicated on that to have a living wage. And like, this is what they do. So I'm not going to have, like, maybe I could find somebody that does both. But again, they trained, they know their skill, they know their worth to some respect. They want to see a return. They want to buy a house. They want to have time off. They want to have money in their bank account. Like, that's all things I think, need and want and hope to achieve. So it's got to make sense for them too. So, but I got to be able to handle the work and then also grow it to the point where I need to hire somebody for it. And it's like a whole nother category. So I'm going to focus for now on being a specialist in window tinting. And then when it makes sense, add somebody as an assistant and then just kind of go from there. But I'm also, like, you got to understand, my main goal for this place was literally facilitating my streaming and YouTube stuff. So a lot of my focus is building up background support so I can focus on teaching through videos and stuff like that. So I'm going to have a different business model from a lot of other actual tint shops. But, I mean, the only way that I was able to sustain this was literally growing a tint business. So, I make killer money at my day job, but I'm bored with it, so that's why I'm tinting on the side. Hopefully I can leave that job. It's about, like, you're making good money, you're comfortable, but you want something new, something different. So figuring out, like, cars are cool, cars are entertaining. There's lots of people in the window tint business that feel very differently about it because they've been in it for so long. It's just like, it's a means to, like, make money at the end of the day. And there's some people that thoroughly, don't get me wrong, there's lots of people that thoroughly enjoy doing it for a living, and it's pretty safe and sustainable, and, like, it doesn't look like it's going out of style anytime soon. So you're not under any like immediate economic threats there. Like, oh, everything's going to be a self-driving car, and then all the cars are going to change over to, like, a couple particular companies, and they're all going to be pre-outfitted with everything, and it's just going to be dyed out of the factory. That's not happening. It's not happening anytime soon. So, like, it's comfortable. But I'll tell you, the channel for me is what really breaks up the monotony of it. Just like having, like, if you have like a boring desk job, you're making good money, that's really nice, but like, what kind of breaks up that boringness for you? Might not even be full-time. Might just be like, oh, hey, I get to work here for like 4 days a week, and then I get to run my own business 3 days a week, and then just see where that goes. Like, that's super exciting. Trying to tint a windshield on an Accord, it keeps creasing from the top corner because the fingers are too big. I've tried to move the H pattern many times, can't figure it out. Any tips? Best tips I have is really just it's like a whole shrinking video there. Watch a lot of the back window videos, like Chargers especially, or windshield shrinking videos. It's a hard thing to just explain verbally, but so a lot of that film, I had many examples in a lot of live streams. I just can't remember exactly what ones. So a lot of that does bunch up here. This is a little wider. When you it all tapers like this. So most of your film is gonna get all crunched in here. So it's crunching together because it's not shrunk enough. So a good way to help is lift the film, get that whole area mostly off the glass, start when it's just high enough off the glass, like just not gonna be on the glass, it's gonna be up a little bit. Start warming that whole area up and start lower and just kind of work that up. It almost doesn't look like anything is happening, and then kind of let go and smooth it out, and then do it again, a little bit higher, a little bit higher. You're just pushing the film up too fast without shrinking it. But you want to even out the surface of it so no one spot is getting too much heat. Because that'll happen a lot. You like shrink here, you start going a little bit more, but like one area, because it's like a hump, it'll get a little bit more attention than the lower parts. So keeping it nice and even means that the whole area is now getting a more even heat, essentially. So you're not peaking it together. It's all just kind of laying down. It looks like when you see it, it'll maybe start to make a little bit more sense, like when it's explained that way. But also just understanding that with the next windshield that you go into is going to be really helpful. So some of them, they're just a challenge, even with doing that. So it's not like it's the best practice to go ahead with. And practicing that a lot. As the best I can explain it, though. I have lots of shrinking examples. Go through like my backlog of streams. Just skip forward to whenever I do a back window or a windshield. Get as many examples as you can. And then you'll see a lot of similarities. Like every back window, every windshield that I shrink, like I shrink them all the same. I don't do anything extra special to most windows. It's all just kind of like, this one's a little bit more curved, so I gotta go a little bit slower. Or I gotta put a little bit more heat before I push it up. So the farther that tint has to shrink, so like you start here, it's really easy, then it gets progressively harder because more and more material has to smush together. And, you know, it'll only shrink together so far. So when we say like shrinking, it's literally like, imagine that the film is stretched out, and then when you apply heat, it contracts. So the more it has to go, the more it has to contract together, and it's kind of magical that it doesn't distort the color or make those areas darker. It somehow all stays even. But the farther up it goes, the more it has to squish together, shrink together, until you get all the way to the end. So everywhere you're applying heat, it's just pulling that film together. So try and keep that as even as you can. I have an auto glass company that would love to add tint to my business, but man, I don't think I have the patience for it. Funny you say that. The last shop that I tinted for, beginning of last year into like sometime in the year, I don't remember exactly when I left. I think it was like mid-year or something. They were a glass shop, and they've had window tinting as an add-on service. Where's that key? Does it do this thing where it just sits here for too long and then decides to like be stupid? There it is. And then you like unlock it, and then it like, I'm awake. Okay, cool. Tire pressure light, that was normal. It told me right from the beginning, this side of the car had like 10% less than this side of the car. So we're all good on that. Everything's working. So let me put these headrests back, and then we'll wrap up here. But like I was saying, the auto glass company, they were an auto glass company for like 15 plus years. They've had a window tinting service for like 10. And they rely solely on other people coming in to tint for them. And what we ended up figuring out worked best was they schedule days. So they'll schedule for Friday and Tuesday, a good wide chunk of the week. So think of it like a 2-day funnel. Monday would give them the chance to pull in extra leads for Tuesday, and then you had a good stretch of time in between Tuesday and Friday. So like your ideal is you want to keep a tinter there all the time, but tinter costs money and tinter wants to stay busy. If the shop can't pull in that much work, but they're getting enough inquiries to kind of make it make sense, then try and figure out some sort of a side hustle with a tinter that like, hey, I will tackle all the work that you can bring in for Friday and Tuesday. So that way you're not like all into it, but it is making you money because you got your other business going. You need that space too. Giving a tinter his own dedicated space for a day will take away from you. And then you also get an earful about wind and dust and like all this other crap that you didn't think about. Auto glass are great opportunities to collab with tinters. The hard part is always finding a tinter. So like we build the glass shop like 75% of the ticket. It was like a sliding thing though. We had basically our set prices that we weren't going to compromise on. Screw overtime. This wasn't like an overnight, okay, we got this business plan out, they're totally on board, blah, 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 blah. No, this was like a work in progress over time. But what we kind of found worked best was like tinter pays for all the supplies. You can negotiate that with the tinter too if you're the shop. Some tinters don't want to do that. So the shop wants like, hey, we want to carry this brand of film. So even if you leave, we're not kind of left crossing our fingers that we're going to find somebody else that that's going to fight us or something. Like this is what gets installed here. So there's a number of ways that you can kind of work out these little ones, but we got like 75%. I think on the low is like 60% of the ticket. So the bigger jobs that they sold, the more money they get too. And then the tinter being 100% commission based through that, you know, if an appointment doesn't show up, the shop is kind of happy because it's not costing them any extra money, but the tinter is then unhappy because they're like waiting around for something to do. So that's where this like 2-day thing, 1 day, 2 day, figure out how much business you can pull in and then just have somebody tackle it all. That way you don't have to train somebody, you don't have to learn it, but you can add it as a service to your company. But it is tough to do because for everybody, tinters are just hard to come by. Do you have bad days? Look at the last stream. Yes. Oh my God, yes. Dude, I was stressed out a little bit today. So like, a lot of my stress is like, phones start getting busy. I'm like streaming a car. I got a situation going on in the background where I'm trying to get a brake light for somebody, and then he's like wants it today, but nobody's got it today. So like he's like doing his own research and finding out other places to bought it. I already bought it from somewhere, and I have an expected ship date, but it might not make him happy. So is it about your mindset? Yes, but there's a lot of things that contribute to all of that. Because you can have like, you know, I got this car. It's a pretty straightforward car. I could have run into like a big old hair on the windshield and I had to redo the whole thing. And now I'm just like, because I got other, like it's 3 o'clock now. So, even when I have some seemingly straightforward, simple days, the dumbest things will happen. And it's just like things that I know I probably could have prevented, or I just like, hey, I'm trying to tint these windows and I keep getting mistakes, and just like it's wasting so much time on something that should have been like a totally simple job. I think we pulled in like a Taurus and it was supposed to take like 2 hours, and then we were there for like 4 hours for like, you know, the froster line started peeling away, the plotter started screwing up, and I'm just like, I am so over today. And then you have your good days. So, this one is all set. We did 20% all the way around, 35 on the windshield. Looks dang good. But, you know, there's pros and cons to like the streaming part of it too. Sometimes it makes my day, generally makes me much happier, but there's some days where when those problems are happening and I'm streaming, I get super stressed out. So, like I told Sun Distributing, this is like a single cup of coffee here. So I'm gonna warm this up. I'm going to make a coffee in an efficient way. I'm not a hazelnut person, but I just always go for like French vanilla. So I have been like just taking a break with hazelnut, and it's been good. It's not my first choice, but it's been a good difference. Oh, I have stirrers. I forget about those. I even bought stirrers. Creamers and stirrers. Got my whole setup here. Good. We're good on water. Ooh, it's a little low. Should work though. Recently tried tinning. It was like 30 degrees in my garage. Is that way too cold for good results? It makes it way more difficult because your hands are cold. And like the tint is gonna slip and slide a lot more on the glass. If it's not cold enough to make the glass freeze, you still can do it. I don't know where you're at as far as like, you know, if you're just trying to do like your own car, you might want to wait till it warms up a little bit, or you can invest in like a propane heater. So like, taillights. I have, you know, GeoShield actually came out with a taillight film. It's supposed to be like a taillight PPF. I haven't tried it yet though, but I do have some. I still have a feeling I'm going to want to use Lux, but I don't really do taillights. These things are great. So like torpedo style heaters, these will warm up. I have this one. Oh, I have the adjustable version of this one. So this one, mine goes from like 35 to like 80,000 or something like that. These are super great. So you take a propane tank, you tie it into this. So you do have to replace the propane tank, fill it back up or whatever. And it's just it's a heat bazooka. So it'll warm up your entire garage even if you don't have insulation. It'll warm it up, get it super toasty, and then just turn it off. And then you'll be comfortable in there for probably about like, I don't know, like 45 minutes to an hour before you feel like you have to turn it on again. But the more you're moving, the less you feel like you need to fire it back up. But it warms up the garage in like 15 minutes, like 10 minutes, 10 to 15 really. If you like put it on high, it can get toasty. It'll get uncomfortably toasty. So stuff like that can really help. But it's like, I don't know, 80 bucks, not bad. So when I had my home tinting business for a little bit before the city kicked me out, I was using that because the garage didn't have insulation. And like, so my alternatives are like, I can either run like 220 power to the garage, which we're renting the house, so it wasn't an option. Or just not tint there. So this is like one of the most efficient ways to do it. All the other like cheap 110 volt heaters, like they're running off of a 15 amp current or a 15 amp breaker typically. You're gonna just like, they just don't heat it up fast enough. So it's always like a little warm, but not great. Where this, it's like you can make it summertime. Very good heaters. Yeah. I was recommended to get one of those, and man, it was just like, you turn it on and it looks like a jet. So great. Let me get my coffee. Yes, okay. Let's get my coffee. I gotta call somebody back too. It smells like coffee. Ooh, dang. Look at that. We're almost over. We don't want to go any more than that one. It's not the greatest, but it is good. Like, I want some more coffee. It gets the job done. And it's hot. Canon. I have a Mr. Heater in mine hookup with big 100-pound propane. Oh, dang, nice. What's the regular size propane? Like, I forgot how heavy those tanks are. They're like 10 to 15. What's your Insta? Can I DM you on there? The best place to like ask questions like that is going to be the Facebook group. You can post videos, you can post pictures, you can ask questions. It's a really good group, and you'll get a lot more feedback from a lot more people. Sometimes it's a bad thing, but it is helpful, and it's the best place that you're going to be able to get a response. 20 pounds. Oh, okay. Dang. So yeah, I know how long about that the propane heater I had last. So yeah, you just like, that was the annoying thing, was like you're in the middle of a car and then all of a sudden it dies and you're just like, oh, shit. I don't have time to go get propane right now. So you keep a couple around, or I just had one. It was a Facebook group. It's window tint stuff. I will type you a link. And it's in the description. Facebook.com/groups/ it's actually tinternet is the URL, but I changed the name a while ago. What circumstances do you refund deposits? Sorry if it wasn't on a GoPro already, it is now. I gotta take a picture. They're wondering, they're asking about their car. I'm getting so sidetracked. Okay, I'm gonna let them know. I like to let people know, and then when I remember, Canon, I shoot them a picture, because, you know, it's the opportunity, like you're all jazzed up, you get to see your car. Thanks so much. Oh, you're welcome. I appreciate you hanging out. That's what this is for. What was it? So, what circumstances do you refund deposits? I'll be more than happy to refund a deposit if they call before the appointment. Not usually like right up to the appointment. So there's like two things here. Either like, hey, I can't make this appointment. Can I reschedule? No problem. I will push the appointment whenever you want to push it. You're hanging on there. You're going to come in here today. And some people look at that like, well, you just lost money out on an appointment for that time spot. But it's like you're working with people that want to go to your business. So I don't just want to go like, sorry, it's an unrefundable deposit. Like, that sucks. The point of my deposits, unless I was taking like half down, are not to collect $40 right up front in case they don't show up. It's to show communication. It's to say, I'm not going to go to another tint shop. I'm not going to shop around. I'm going to schedule out however long it is, and then I'm going to come here. I will be there at this date, this time. If something happens, which something can happen, then that's fine. You're going to be tinted here. Cool. I'm good with that. So the only times I'll ever refund a deposit is just like, you know, they're like, hey, man, I don't know when I can schedule, but stuff happened, and my car got in an accident. I got family stuff, just other things. But if you give me like a little bit of notice, that's fine either. I'll find somebody else to fill the spot. The only part where it gets a little tricky is like, it's the time and day of the appointment, and now you're calling me to go like, oh, hey, I can't be there today. Can I get my money back? That's where it's like, you probably found somewhere else. So I'm still, talk to me. Just give me a vague excuse. I don't know. I'm not a stickler about it. I want to be nice to all the people that at least tried to schedule through here or scheduled. So it's like, I don't want to give the bad vibes back out. I don't want to try and hang on to your $40, just like hang on to it. At the end of the day, I'm going to forget where that $40 went. So it's really just an insurance policy on trying to keep some type of communication, and it's done a phenomenal job at that. There are plenty of people that just straight up don't leave deposits after they say they will. You're too nice. There's lots of people that just, they'll schedule. They're like yes people. You say this, like, hey, how does this price sound? Good. Let's schedule you for this day, this time. Okay, great. And then they hang up, and then they're like, okay, that place was way too expensive, or that place is too, whatever. I'm just gonna go call somebody else, try and get in today, because that's what I really wanted to do. But the thing is, they have a yes on your schedule, so you're like 3-4 days out, booking them for then. They wanted to get in today, but you didn't give them a solid reason to back out, right? It didn't cost me anything to just tie up your schedule. You gave it away for free. So serious people that actually want to come here, they'll leave a deposit, and nobody has had a problem with it. Like, literally nobody. They might go like, oh, I got to leave a deposit? Oh, that's a little weird. And then you just give them an explanation. You go, I take a $40 deposit, or whatever it is. You could take half down. You take whatever it is. I take a deposit just to ensure somebody's holding the spot. I tell that to everybody. Do you need an LLC to purchase professional window tint? No, not anymore. That used to be like a much bigger thing, because when you're ordering direct, like dealer pricing used to be more of a thing. And like it still is. There can be tiers to a lot of this. But they're not. If you want to go with like certain companies that are a lot more brand protective, a lot more corporate, those places will. But, Avery, through like Sun Distributing, Tint Depot, you can order Geo through their direct site. You can order it through Tint Stuff. My Tint Stuff. Sorry, I'm popping up some links. Shouting out to some people that help support this channel. Sun Distributing. There it is. So like any of those places, those are good places to go for film. And there's more distributors than I even know. So you don't need an established business LLC or any type of commitments for some of these. Some companies require like a minimum order or like a minimum monthly. But the places I listed, you don't need that. And as far as an LLC goes, it's actually like super easy. It might sound like a little scary because that's when it's like, oh, I got to get into like the legal stuff. But you can go to like a site like Tint Zoom. No, sorry, that's a window tint site. Legal Zoom. Tint Zoom is also a kit place. Legal Zoom, or you can learn how to do it all yourself. But like within probably like 45 minutes or so, I had everything filed, and then you get a notification with the progress of it, and then like boom, here's your LLC. It's super easy to get. You just pick out your name. Pick out your name, See if anybody else has it, and then it'll do like a business check first beforehand to see if there's going to be any problems. And then it's just like, you feel much better when you have an LLC, because then and you're protecting yourself that way. But it's super easy to do. What size film do I need for the rear window on an 05 Accord Coupe, because the rear window is much bigger on the Coupe versus the sedan? Chat can maybe back me up on this. You should only need a 36-inch roll. I know I've done them, and I don't ever remember needing a taller roll for that. But you're right. It is a really tall window with really big dot matrix at the top. This stupid big dot matrix at the top of those. I just don't remember if it was the only ones that I really remember that need bigger than a 36 is old cars. I did a Porsche 928 that needed a taller roll, two-piece. Then past that, it's there's Caravan windshields that need a little bit bigger roll. Hold your squeegee up. Can I emoji chat it? It's this one. I'll hold it up too, but it's yeah, it's too dark. You can't see. It's that one. Literally, this one. So it's the shorty handle with the Fusion hybrid blade. This is the handles. It's no question. Get the Fusion handles, shorty or the Fusion 5. They'll make handles that'll last an eternity. So super solid. The blades, this is the best material. So it's orange and blue, but they're really, really similar as far as I'm concerned. So those are pretty dope. All right, they're gonna come pick up this car, so I gotta tape them up. Do you like it better than the Orange Crush? Yes. And the orange side says it's modeled after the Orange Crush. It is more slidey. It is not the same. I know that for sure. Been using it for much longer. It is not the same. We also have other emojis if you join. Okay, they said they're picking it up right now, which if somebody gets here in 5 minutes after they say they're picking it up, I will be genuinely shocked. Usually 20 minutes. How do I get around the dot matrix? Should I cut smaller than the dot matrix or just go over the top of it? No, you're gonna wanna go over it. So look at the black part of the border. So the edge of the dot matrix, go just a little bit past that. All you need to do is make sure all your gaps are covered. It'll look super ugly if you leave the dot matrix exposed and then everything is just dark underneath it, because even though there's dots there blocking out some light, it looks just super funky. So especially for the person that owns the car while they're sitting in there, it'll be super distracting. Just cover it all up, but you only need to be just a smidge farther than any exposed part. That's all you need to do. So generally I'll just do a 1/16 to an 1/8 of an inch. Do you have a release form? I don't. It might be beneficial. I've been tinting for years without them though. And it's not that you can't have any type of a situation, but have a lawyer write one up for you, because some will tell you that if it's not written up properly, what I've heard, one, I can't give legal advice, but two, so this isn't that. Two, it's also been called from some people as an admission of guilt. So you if you're this is illegal on your car, then you're literally signing proof that you knew it is. It's not not some waiver that you're exempt from. You need a lawyer to button all that up for you. So do that if you're going to. Just have somebody look at it. But generally speaking, been tinting for a very long time, and if something gets damaged, then I'm paying for it or insurance is paying for it. Other than that, an actual accident, that could be point back to the window tint in some way. Business insurance, I don't know. There's arguments for all of this. I think some healthy things are disclaimers, walk around a car. You can have a little checklist, like I noticed there were some dings here, this, and then have the customer then sign that they acknowledge that was there. But that being said, if they're like, no, it wasn't there, you know, you're still dealing with headaches or whatever. It is what it is. It's like you have the IWFA, broad scope, like what's acceptable for a tint job 5 feet back from an angle. It's like, okay, yeah, tell that to the guy that's like putting his nose up against the glass going like, oh, I don't know what this is and I don't like it. You could tell him to screw off, but then all of a sudden you get a negative review and like you just try and make your people happy. You pull up the IWFA rules and be like, no, they say this, so get out of here. Stupid. I'm scared to get my 5th gen windshield tinted. I'm scared for the tinter that's gonna have to tint it. Whoa, I almost knocked it over. Just look around, try and find somebody. Know that it's not a completely perfect process, so you will probably find something that you don't like, something small, and if you can't live with that, then just don't get it done. So it should be like small within reason, and there might be like a couple, like there's usually something in every tint job that you can point out. But the thing is, like, your car is also collecting dirt as it's sitting, so like to clean it all off 100% and then inspect it all, like that's where it gets a little tricky. Like if you just treat a car as a car, you wash it, you take care of it, but then it gets to the point where it's like you're not like looking in the fibers of your carpet for stuff. Like that's kind of how this can get with window tinting. So just understand that it's not a perfect process, but we try and make it as clean as we can. What are tint laws in Detroit? Nothing on the front doors, nothing on the windshield, except the top 4 inches, which is Michigan legal. And you can have as dark as you want on any type of vehicle. So you could literally vinyl black out your windows if you want, which not all states let you do that. Some are like 20 in the back of a sedan, which explain to me why it can black out an SUV in any state. And then on, well, I think, no, there's probably like 20% or whatever. But essentially, the difference between SUVs and sedans, I don't know what the difference is, but legally there are differences between those laws. That part is really dumb. Telling me an SUV with blacked out is more safe than a sedan with blacked out? Like, come on now. Oops. Clicked on the wrong button. There we go. I gotta say thank you to some people. So big shout outs to Daniel Reyna, Top Service, Braden, Mari. Thank you guys for all the super chats today. I really, really appreciate it. Oh, Top Service, and you're a member. Thanks, man. We have a private Facebook group. Memberships just started, so it's going to be pretty light. We have a private Discord, so those things are available. And then also, I'm going to figure out what to do about cutting out the names and stuff. So that's going to be a thing still, so stay patient with me on that. But we got some cool stuff. And, oh, yeah, if you have a shop, fill out the Tint Wiz link, and then we'll get you on the My Tint Stuff map. So big thank you to, it looks like, see, I got to find a tinter map here. And all I got on here is Alligator right now. We have a handful more members than that, but he's the only one that filled this out so far. So when you click on his name, oh, look at that. Doesn't that look so cool? This map cost me money, too. Like, everything on Shopify costs monthly money. So look at how pretty that looks. So Detroit Tint Studio, and then Alligator Window Tint. So anybody that signs up as a member, if you have a shop, there's a Tint Wiz link, or just comment on one of the membership posts, or in the Facebook group, or whatever, and let me know if you need the link or anything, and then we'll get you added to the map. But that looks cool. I tried to make him look extra special. Look, he's even got a description here, his hours. So my idea of this is mostly a thank you, and also if people ask me on stream, hey, I'd love to bring my car, but I'm out of state. Is there anybody you can recommend? I will point them to this. But it's mostly tinner, so like. That's why it's $5. No tint on the front doors? Nope, not in Michigan. It's just cut and dry. Cops don't have to carry meters. Is it tinted? All right, it shouldn't be. You have a Discord? We do. Maybe I can get a link. It's not active though. So Discord was like another thing that I could add that also YouTube. God, I gotta log in. Then I'll ask me for some like verification or some shit. So annoying. Are you a human? Oh. I am a human. And then we're gonna do like a new login detected. Please check your email. Yeah, we're gonna do that. This is like one of the most frustrating thing about Discord is like IP authorized. Okay, you're gonna let me like log in now so I can just copy a link. It should have been logged in already. Got it. Stop telling me all the stuff. So we got a general open thing so anybody can join and like chat, but we also have private stuff for members. Copy. Invite. Expire after never. Okay. So I'm going to paste this where you guys can see it if you guys want to join the Discord. Maybe we can make something cool. For the people that like Discord, it's just a lot of, like, it always seemed like work. So I have to like try and get a conversation going, and then like people then message, and then I tune out for a little bit, and then next thing I know, like, I have no idea what the discussion is about. I gotta scroll through and read and then try and keep it up. So I always like Facebook style posting. I'm not a huge fan of the platform, but it is like probably the best free community thing that exists. Because YouTube doesn't have one. And if YouTube had one, I would just do that. But they don't. So post style help is always really nice. Have you ever seen anybody tint just the top of the front windows? Yep, I've done it. Doesn't hardly happen now, but it is a thing. It's definitely still a little thing. We charge just as much as tinting the whole window, so most people then will just go to the whole thing. But I've had a handful of people that are like, I want the legal limit. It's like, okay, it's the top 4 inches. And they're like, okay. It's like a visor. Like, how much shade do you get from a visor? Like, not a tint visor, but like the side window visor thingies. Any other Facebook groups? Yeah, for sure. Just search window tint groups. So like window tinting business, that's a good one I can recommend. There are other ones like Tintertainment, I think. There are and Window Film Pros. Those are the only groups that I'm still allowed in. I'm kicked out of every other group. They don't like me, so I'm not going to recommend them. But yeah, there's lots of them. Join all of them. Just, I'm not going to call them out. Is 5% harder for somebody new compared to like 35? No, all the shades are going to be totally fine to install. Like, they all work the same. The biggest difference is going to be material. So dyed films, carbon films, ceramic films, they're all have their own little quirks. Not like broad across the board, but like their dyed film is going to act a little different from their carbon film, which is going to act a little different from their ceramic film. And then one person's ceramic film might be a little different from somebody else's ceramic film. So, pick and choose. A strip costs the same as the full windshield? No, what I'm talking about is like the side visor, or like, so a visor will cost here starting at 50, and then a full windshield is like 150. But we're talking about like the side visor strip. So like Michigan legal is literally top 4 inches for the front doors and the full windshield. So we would literally do like top 4 inches of the side doors rather than the full thing. Because if they want to keep Michigan legal, but it does nothing for you. It's super dumb. Just get vent visors. That's the word it was. Vent visors. Alrighty, my dudes. I gotta type this person up. They're gonna be here soon. So I want to stay a little bit ahead of that. Rather than like scrambling so they can walk in the door any second. So I am going to take off here. Next stream. What is tomorrow? Do I have something tomorrow? Where's my schedule? No, I got a couple of, I think, front doors. Shoot, I gotta come here at 10 tomorrow. I have a cop that's supposed to give me a deposit for like 2 doors. Maybe I'll go live. And just have a nice casual stream alongside the small work that's coming in. I don't have anything major coming in tomorrow. Thursday. I know I got the Lexus that should be coming in on Friday. And then something crazy on Saturday. Thursday. This week has kind of been a weird week. I got some personal stuff that I'm trying to also make time for. So, like, my schedule's been a little bit tough lately. Been here since you started doing the rear windshield. Nice. Good to see you. Alrighty, guys. I will see you in the next one. We'll have another stream here soon. Stay subscribed. And bye. Bye-bye. Thanks for tuning in.